Trustees regular meeting for February 13th, 2025. May I please have the roll call?
Devin Conley,
Lisa Henry.
Charles DeFazio.
Bill Lambert. Four of the trustees are present. Trustee Reed is not present. She will be here shortly. Before we approve the agenda, we have a comment card from Mr. Nelson. You may start.
I'm former trustee Stephen Nelson, board members. This is why and how you structure a required agenda item like community comments required under section 54954.3 of the California Government Code, which is part of the Brown Act. This is a reading of the rule of law. Government Code 54954.4.A3. No action or discussion shall be undertaken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda, except that members of a legislative body, that's you, or staff may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by persons exercising their public testimony rights under section 54954.3. In addition, on their own initiative or in response to questions posed by the public, a member of the legislative body or its staff may ask a question for clarification, make a brief announcement, or make a brief report on their own activities. Further, a member of the legislative body may, or the body itself, subject to rules or procedures of the legislative body, may provide a reference to staff or other resources for factual information. Request staff to report back to the body at a subsequent meeting concerning any matter, or take action to direct staff to place a matter of business on a future agenda. Please take very clear note, or take action to direct staff to place a matter of business on a future agenda. Pause for a moment and ponder. If the community is complaining about a superintendent or a district office staff, why try to allow only the superintendent a voice? It is the board's meeting. It is the public's business. The rule of law, I think, is board bylaws come above discussion takeaways at a board retreat, and the California Government Code is above all district bylaws or discussions. Board, a majority discussion or bylaw may not take away your rights under the law.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Okay, we'll take Ms. Selleck.
Yes. Hi. Good afternoon. I know a few members of the public have already written to you about this, but I'm also want to ask you, as the board, to remove from the closed session and move into the open session. Item 3C, public employment, the title board coach and consultant. From what I've read and understand, discussing a draft agreement with an already decided upon consultant during closed session directly conflicts with the Brown Act. Such a closed session discussion prevents transparency and blocks the public from being informed on the requirements and proposed solutions for a so-called board coach and consultant. I read through Chapter 5 closed sessions from the Open and Public 4, a guide to the Ralph M. Brown Act. I'm not going to quote it here, but if you go to Chapter 5, it's pretty explicit about what the requirements are. I also want to make note that the community is still reeling because of board decisions to hire consultants that were made in consent agenda without discussion for a quote, apply for awards consultant, and a make me look good vanity PR consultant, and of course the chakra energy healing meditation consultant. And when asked about this last decision, the superintendent at the time and a board member during a board meeting told the community that they had not even checked the consultant's website. So surely you can sympathize with our community's need to have transparency and proper governance regarding another quote coach and consultant. And if it is regarding perhaps you're hiring somebody that has trained past board members, this, even just discussing it, does not give me a lot of confidence, just because of the lack of oversight that the earlier board showed in not monitoring the prior superintendent's expenses as they were required to in his contract. So please move this item into the open session. Thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna, we have one more speaker. If there's anybody else who wishes to speak, please raise your hand. This is on the agenda. Okay, I'm closing further comments. I'll ask, after we take this next speaker, I'll ask Superintendent Bayer to comment. Mr. Granathan?
Thank you, President Lambert. I will be brief. I just want to reiterate everything ITech just expressed. And I really want to protest the discussion of a board coach and consultant in closed session. Once again, we are suffering from a profound lack of trust between the community and the board. And everything you do in a secretive manner that doesn't need to be secretive is going to be met with that same distrust. So I am also pleading with you to please take the board coach and consultant off of closed agenda, discuss it out in the open, and please be cognizant of our apprehension with bringing in consultants to coach the board. I really think that was a key contributor to the board's failure to perform their duty under the previous superintendent. He brought in consultants to coach and to groom the board, and we do not want to see this happen again. But most of all, please be transparent and open with us as often as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Granathan. Superintendent Bayer, would you please comment on the closed session items?
Yes, I think the comments here have been regarding closed session items, item C, and the board will be taking no action in closed session on this agenda item. In order for the board to take action at a future meeting, the item would have to be included on the open session agenda for discussion and or action. So appreciate the concern on proper governance, and we will always follow all the legal requirements.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the board about the agenda? Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee DeFazio to approve the agenda. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Next, we'll move on to item 2, opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. We have an in-person speaker, Mr. Nelson. And if you wish to speak on the topic online, please raise your hand now.
Okay, yes, I'm former trustee Stephen Nelson. I'm talking about closed session item 3C, the thing that the two previous people did. This is personnel matters under the Brown Act 545957, paragraph B. It's about personnel. And this is from a county council summary that they did for their county supervisors. And what it talks about is personnel can also include independent contractor, but under the norm, if it is under the normal supervision and reporting requirements for an employee. In other words, a contractor who comes day to day and works in it. So think of Uber. Are Uber's employer, are Uber drivers employees? It's that kind of question. Okay, as opposed, which I think applies to this case, an individual who performs a task free of such day-to-day constraints. Those items aren't allowed for you to discuss in the closed session. Okay, I understand what the interim superintendent is talking about, but what here, Brown Act doesn't preclude you from having this in open session. And I think it actually, if we took it to a bench trial, a judge would say you're violating the Brown Act in this particular place. Now, if you guys want to start going ahead and doing that, that's fine. I have $100,000 tucked away from my investments for things like litigating open government. Okay, so take this seriously because I take open government very seriously. I'll give this to the board president. By the way, if you read descriptions of how the Brown Act can work in closed session, you can take things in and out of closed session. So for instance, you can go into closed session. You don't have to say this whole discussion, we wish you would make it as open. But you can adjourn out of a closed session for this contractor. Only for the purpose of discussing it out so we can hear what the heck you're discussing about. Is there contractors that you're talking about using? That's what we really want to know. We don't want the kind of things that were done in closed session under President Conley. We really do not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. So we have 2 speakers online. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak online? I don't see any more speakers. First, we'll take Ms. Sella.
Thank you again. I know we have discussed the housing lease and purchase agreements in the past. I guess I again implore you to get outside advice before making any decisions, to get additional advisors, considering that the business advice and the legal advice who got you into this mess in the first place are the same people who are negotiating this deal today. So at the very best, at the very, least, it's like the case where I described with the doctor. Get a second opinion. Have somebody else look through the contract. Have somebody else look through the options. If you're going to discuss it in closed session, please have trusted advisors who have not already gotten you into a money pit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellick. Next speaker is Mr. Grunathan.
Thank you and good evening again. I want to respond to Superintendent Bear's comment that no action is going to be taken on the board coach and consultant item. And to me, that is irrelevant. By the time you're ready to take action, it's too late because the community will not even know what you have been discussing and will have no opportunity to weigh in with their feedback. So if you really want to rebuild the trust in the community, which I hope is a priority for this board, I really urge you to conduct this business out in the open. As former trustee Nelson expressed, there's nothing in the Brown Act that says this discussion needs to be kept in closed session in secret. And the fact that you are choosing to hide this information makes us very worried and suspicious. So I'd like to understand why you don't feel that the public deserves to know which consultants you're discussing, why we need a board coach and consultant, and what it may cost. So please give us a reason why you're not keeping this out in the open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grunathan. With that, we will move on to the closed session item at 4:45. PM. Okay, we are reconvening open session at 6 p.m. There were no actions taken during the closed session, and I'd also like to report that Trustee DeFazio recused himself on items 2 and 3. Okay, next exciting item is to have the Pledge of Allegiance led to us hopefully by the Mauna Loma.
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Okay, now we'll have item 5, the school showcase, Mauna Loma Elementary.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Megan Jinguji, and I have the privilege of being the principal of Mauna Loma Elementary. This evening, I have a number of our Leopard Den leaders who will be presenting some of the highlights and special traditions of Mauna Loma. First, I would like to welcome each of our Leopard Den leaders who are responsible for putting on Spirit Days, leading different parts of our Leopard launch, and creating and posting flyers that help promote our positive school culture. With this, I will turn it over to Anderson to kick off our presentation.
Good evening. My name is Anderson and I am a Leopard Den leader. Tonight I would like to introduce other Leopard Den leaders: Ellie G, Aubrey, Bailey, Isabel, Ellie T, Liam, Emerson, and Maverick.
This evening, our presentation will be highlighting the many ways that we are building a positive school culture at Mauna Loma. We believe that a positive school culture supports each of the other goal areas that we are focused on as both a school and as a school district. In the coming slides, you will have the opportunity to see who we are as a school and who we are as Leopards. Go ahead. No, you're good. You speak first and then we'll do.
This year, as a part of the United Against Hate Week, Mr. Cho, our counselor, put together a video of what it means to Mauna Loma to be united against hate.
Bonjour Mauna Loma. À l'école, on va accueillir tout le monde.
Объединившись против ненависти, мы выступаем за всех студентов.
我们确认每个人都有参加语感。Tunataka wafunzi wote wajifunze kwa usalama.
Nosotros queremos que todos vengan a la escuela y que se sientan bien.
Nalinindigan kami para sa lahat na hindi nakaramdam ng narin.
重要的是让所有学生都感到被倾听。We stand!
How can we show love and respect to our new friends?
Listen to them and listen to what they want to say.
Why do you think it is important to learn about other students' cultures and backgrounds?
Because if you go to another place that has that culture that you learned, that place is aware that you know their culture and their backgrounds.
Is there anything else you'd like to add for United Against Hate Week?
Help people.
What are some other ways to make students feel included?
You could play with them.
What are some ways we can stand up against hate at our school?
Ways we can stand up against hate at our school is being kind and respectful to others.
Some ways we can stand up against hate at our school is helping others out and doing our best to always be kind and respectful.
Something I would like to add is maybe include others and all people.
Something I would like to add is
maybe like, since we're going with like, going against hate, maybe like, trying to like encourage others to do the same.
What is one thing you love about your classroom?
Be a good friend. Be kind with my friend.
How can small acts of kindness make a big difference in our school?
Small acts of kindness can make a big difference in our school. So it's like if one person falls and then another person gives them a hand, it could inspire them to do it, and then it could inspire the next person and the next person, and then it goes throughout the whole school.
At Monte Loma, we all stand against hate, ensuring students feel safe in their classrooms to learn and express themselves freely. If any student ever feels unsafe or is having a hard time, please reach out to any adult for support. Whether it's through our chain-linked stand against hate hands or our Leopard Launch assemblies, we always want you to all follow the Leopard qualities: respect, hard work, responsibility, and compassion. And remember to always have courage.
Bonjour Monteloma. À l'école, on va accueillir tout le monde.
Our spoken words and the positive ways we conduct ourselves can be the catalyst that can spark change and culturize a school community that yields success for all students.
In order to develop a school culture, it's important that we focus on both student culture and staff culture. In my 25 years of education, I have to say that Monte Loma has the very best Sunshine Committee. They coordinate monthly potlucks, pumpkin decorating contests, a trimester newsletter highlighting the campus gatherings like escape rooms and holiday parties amongst the staff. The Sunshine Committee is a glue that connects our staff together and creates a strong sense of belonging and support. Next, we have Maverick.
Each week, our school meets in the MUR to start the week together with our Leopard Launch. During Leopard Launch, we celebrate students who demonstrate our Leopard expectations: hard work, respect, compassion, responsibility, and courage. To make sure that everyone is ready for our special events, we announce events for the week such as PTA Used Book Sale, Safari Spirit Day, Lunch with a Loved One, PTA Movie Night, and more.
As a part of our weekly Leopard Launch, we focus on monthly theme of Better Together and a characteristic that we're looking for in each of our students. At the end of the month, there's a recognition and celebration of each of these students. Something special that our staff does is they write a message about that characteristic in that student that's printed on each of their certificates that goes home to them and their family. And so it's a great way to celebrate each one of those students.
Each Leopard Launch, our whole school reads the Monte Loma Creed together. The best part of the Leopard Launch is when Mr. Aries gets all of the students up and we perform our Energizer for the week. Here's a video of some of our Leopard Launch.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Rocks chant. But for this one, when I say who rocks, who rocks, who rocks, you're gonna find somebody here that you think rocks. You're gonna point to them and you're gonna say, you rock, you rock, you rock. We'll have 3 chances to find somebody and point to them. It could be a teacher, a friend, an aide, an adult, anybody at all. Anybody. Ready? We'll start loud, we'll end loudest. Who rocks? Who rocks? Who rocks? Who rocks? Who rocks? Who rocks? Last one. Who rocks? Who rocks? Who rocks? Absolutely. Fast. I want you to move your feet. All right. I want your feet to be blurs for 10 seconds. Move those feet. Pump those legs for 10 seconds. Here we go. Ready? Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Respect others. I will have respect for both and show compassion. I will have courage. I will not waste this day, because this day will not come again.
Ready, begin.
It's such a wonderful way to start each and every week together as a whole community and all 307 of our students. We believe that relationships are the foundation of the work that we do with students, our families, and our colleagues. Building trust amongst the members of our community increases engagement in our classrooms, on our campus, and in our community. Ultimately, our goal is to have those courageous conversations to continue making Montaloma a special place where everyone feels that they belong and where students can be successful. Here are some examples of our success. This is a group of students who have either perfect attendance or are achieving 97% attendance rate or better. The next picture. This was just today. We decided to have lunch with a loved one today, and we sent out a survey to see how many families were going to be joining us. And so we were at about 75, 80 people the end of last week. On Monday, the survey blew up. We had over 300 people in our MUR today. We went through about 26 pizzas from Costco, salads galore. It was just an amazing experience. Our families were so patient, as some of them waited 45 minutes to get through the food line. We'll do better next year, but it was just so wonderful to have so many people join us and show the strength of our community. So we look forward to that. The next one, we have lots of families that come out for different events, such as our Hispanic Heritage Month. Our PTA puts on amazing events for our families, such as movie night. And then we also have our Halloween parade, which is always enjoyable with 4 TK classes and 2 TK. A third of our campus is 5 and under. And so to have all of that energy and spirit with those little ones is always a fun time. We'll go through a little bit for each of our grade levels. Montaloma is one of our MVWSD schools that has a TK program. What's super special about our TK program is that we have kids from all of our different schools, because not all of our schools have a TK program. And so it's great to be able to connect with families across our district. This month, students had the chance to dress up as community helpers for our latest unit of study. They learned how these community helpers help support and contribute to our everyday lives. And then we even had our Mountain View community resource officer and their dog come out to the school and meet all of our little ones. If you ever need your heart filled and just feel a sense of joy and energy, come by and visit any one of our 4 TK classrooms. As I said, our TK and K make up close to a third of our school. Our kindergartners are an enthusiastic and extremely energetic group of individuals. They enjoy parachute activities. They led our Lunar New Year parade. Recently, they take field trips to Deer Hollow Farm, and they even led in December our leopard launch. So they got to stand up on the stage and start our pledge and lead our creed. So in first grade, they've been very busy with many hands-on activities, with a field trip to Caudle Park, very active with our living classroom, and much more. Our second grade is second to none. They've taken the lead on campus with recognizing and really celebrating the many different traditions and various cultures. This past month, Miss Lee's class led a presentation during our leopard launch for Lunar New Year. And one of the unique elements of Montaloma is the opportunity to serve and educate our military families. 15% of our population is military families. While sometimes the families are with us for just a short few years. It's wonderful to build relationships with each and to know that they will take a piece of our leopard pride and culture with them wherever they go. In third grade, we're kicking it up a notch. Recently, I was sitting in and observing a lesson for Amplify, and they were going on a quest, and all the kids at their desk were rowing their Viking ship as they went to England, and they got to make choices to determine what were they going to do with the community and whether or not they were going to live in the community, were they going to take over another community. And so it was really fun to see the learning come to life. In fourth and fifth grade, we have actually a combo class, but our teachers have done an amazing job where they take all the fourth graders together and then they support each other as a team to add an additional adult in their classroom. Our fourth and fifth graders really set the tone for our whole entire school. And I can honestly say I have never met a more kind and polite group of students, so incredibly respectful. And as I think about launching our fifth graders over to Crittenden, I know that they're going to represent Montaloma well and be future leaders there. Here are some examples. This is primarily pictures from our leopard den leaders. And then that top right corner was a picture just from science camp. It was great. They were decorating their different cabins. One of the days that I went to visit, they have a whole rubric as far as like what they have to do to be like the best cabin. And they would take their stuffies and make designs and make little communities and hearts on the floor. It was pretty amazing to see. I feel like their parents all needed those pictures to see what they are really capable of. All right, next we have Aubrey.
Okay, thank you. Here are some pictures of our career day. As part of Career Day, Mr. Joe, our counselor, put together a video about students and their goals for the future. Here's a small part of that video.
As the sun sets on Mauna Loma, it also sets on our career day, as it's coming to an end. But the ideas will live on, as these students have said many amazing things that I think everyone can look to, as we all have passions and we want to follow them to be able to make sure our lives are happy for whatever we end up doing. And I'm going to leave you on this note from one of our fourth grade students. But in the meantime, you all have a fantastic rest of your day, and next time I'll see you on Mauna Loma Moments with Mr. Joe.
The school needs to believe in themselves, and when they believe in themselves, then they'll finally have enough courage to do what they want to do in the future.
As the sun sets on Mauna Loma.
If we don't take the time to build the culture we want, we will be drained by the culture we have.
This next quote is a quote that I put before our staff back at the beginning of the year. Thank you, Den leaders, for helping this evening and having the courage to stand up here to present. I'm grateful that everyone, our students, families, teachers, and staff, are taking a role in making Montaloma a great place for everyone. Thank you for having us this evening. Yeah, you guys want to stand up front? They're going to take a picture of all of us. Okay. Yeah, we're going to stand up. We're going to Good job. Thank you. Yes.
So, yeah, we're going to go get on with our board meeting. So if you want to leave now, you can. Otherwise, we'll be here till 10 o'clock. Those two of those girls are my neighbors.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the two adults in the corner were right across the street. Okay, the next item, item 6, special recognition. We'll have Interim Superintendent Bear present.
All right, good evening. It's nice to see you. The Turtle Award, our success on behalf of our students is magnified when we work together. The Turtle Award is designed to recognize an admirable employee who demonstrates exceptional collaboration and teamwork with their colleagues and our students within our district. So for example, this could be promoting and supporting respectful relationships among colleagues, working positively and productively with other team members towards a shared goal. And for this, at this go-around, the 2 employees receiving recognition for Turtle Awards in Mountain View Wisman are Elizabeth Mogan and James Quinn. So congratulations to them.
Okay, we have one in-person public comment. And you can come up. Is there any public comment online? I don't see any, so I'll close that. Ms. Selleck, you can.
Thank you to the Turtle winners, teacher and coach, Mr. James Quinn, and extraordinary math teacher, Ms. Liz Mogan. I also want to recognize a few other individuals who represent the extraordinary collaboration and teamwork among colleagues and students. I'd like to say thank you also to retired teacher Dr. Gene Wood, known by his students as Mr. Wood, who for years and years taught all of his kinder students at BUB in such a way that all students, including those with reading difficulties or dyslexia, learn to become stronger readers and writers. Thank you to all the dedicated teachers at MVWSD, including and especially the literacy specialists. Your efforts are carrying the future of our community. Thank you to tonight's student speakers from Montaloma. You are all brave and amazing students. Thank you to the parent and community volunteers who do your best to support our students and our schools despite obstacles, both physical and bureaucratic, that are put in front of you. Thank you to the whistleblowers, the brave, anonymous individuals at our district office who continue to speak up about misconduct and wrongdoing, especially with the ongoing FCMAT state investigation into possible fraud. And guess what? There's still time. You too can be an anonymous whistleblower. And finally, thank you to the spouses and partners of the board members who take on the family responsibilities that enable the trustees to be present tonight and put in the effort to focus on educating our community's children, ask the tough questions, read the fine print, and keep the district office accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Selleck. Do any of the board members have any comments on special recognition? Seeing none, then I'll move on to the consent agenda. Before we begin the consent agenda, I like to just bring everyone's attention to the fact that a number of people, including board members, sent public comments into the staff before the meeting, and the answers to those questions have been posted with the agenda. So please refer to those. And rest assured that everything was carefully reviewed. Do any of the trustees have any comments or questions about the consent agenda? Seeing none, then I'll take public comment. I have one in-person public comment, and is there anyone online who would like to make a comment? Okay, I see one person online. Any additional speakers? Yeah, I'll close additional numbers. think we're okay. Just one comment. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, President Lambert. That's interesting. Out of the mouth of babes, the culture we have, is that the culture we want? Because here's the culture we have. We have a culture where the superintendent controls all. If you read the mail I sent you several days ago, this is about travel expenses, the new 3350. I'm sorry I didn't get this before, but I've been out of the country for a month and I wasn't going to try to call into a meeting from the middle of the Serengeti. Please don't accept this as it is now, even though it's on consent. I don't know what way the committee that's advising the staff on finances gets public input, but it isn't clear to me that they actually called for public input. Maybe some of them went out and asked some people. But if you have a chief financial officer, why the heck aren't you making the chief financial officer in charge of this item? The chief financial officer is independent. And part of the problem of this community, this culture, is the culture that the superintendent or a designee, and rarely do you ever say who the designee is in your board bylaws. The superintendent is not the know-all person that should be taking care of this. We just saw that there was a big problem with the superintendent being in charge of everything having to do with travel. That is a big governance mistake. And I really wish you wouldn't go in and approve this until you amend it to fix it. If you remember, I sent in some examples of how the amendment could be quoted. Here's an example page I'm going to give to the president, along with my copy of the email that I sent you on Monday. And there's one or two places where maybe the superintendent should be allowed to do this, but having control over all the travel, and it's done by the superintendent, is just puts you back in the very same place you were before. Now, this is a new board, and there's 3 of you that can vote against doing it the old way, or you can just lay down and say, I consent to the old culture. Listen to the babes of children, because sometimes they have good things that they tell you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Okay. Next speaker is Mr. Garanathan.
Yes, thank you, President Lambert. So under consent agenda, there are a couple items I wanted to comment on. The first is under the accounts payable warrants. One item that jumped out at me is a $335,000 payment to Paladin Technologies, which is the company that designed and installed the electronic locks and the access controls. My question is, and thank you to Superintendent Bear for sending me the PO associated with this, but there's nothing in that PO that explains why are we paying $335,000 in January of 2025. As far as I know, all work with Paladin was completed many months ago, and any future work with them was canceled by Interim Superintendent Skelly in November. So to see $335,000 appear in January 2025 is a big surprise, and I think that needs to be explained. So I'd ask you to provide an explanation for that. My second comment is under the contracts. There is a contract with United Glass and Door for $35,000. Let me pull up the description here. Okay, the description is United California Glass and Door will provide labor, equipment, materials, and operations related to glass and door systems across all MVWSD sites as needed. What does that mean? What is the project here? It just says it'll provide labor, equipment, materials, and operations related to glass and door systems. There's no specific scope of work or statement of work. Even if you dig into the actual document, there's nothing there. Additionally, they're charging $220 an hour for glass technicians and door technicians. Are these Ivy League glass technicians? I don't understand why we're paying such a high rate for glass and door technicians. I think this needs a second look. So I'd ask you to look at that. Lastly, on the travel and expense policy, I think it's a good start, but I think there's more input needed from the community. There are definitely a few areas that I don't think are as fleshed out as they should be, and I'm not sure the community had enough opportunity to input their thoughts into the process. So I would ask you to not approve that and bring it back to the community and take a little more time to make sure we get the details right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garanathan. Do we have any further questions or any questions at all? Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Specifically what item is that? Yeah. And what contract is number 3? Okay. Great, thank you. Okay, do I have a motion for the board to approve the consent agenda items without item 3 on the contracts, which has been pulled? Have a motion?
Motion.
Have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee DeFazio and a second by trustee Reed to approve the consent agenda without item C under the contracts. All in favor? Aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next item is community comments. I have 2 in-person speakers. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak on community comments? This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. Seeing no one online, first speaker will be, Mr. Nelson?
My card did make it. Yeah, well, guys, I guess second verse is same as the first, right? Nobody is going to challenge consent. I'm really glad the chief financial officer pulled one contract, but you guys are going to be in trouble with the community for allowing the new superintendent to set up the kind of abuses that we've already seen. So I want to make that clear. As a question, was he going to the Netherlands for one of those psychedelic magic mushroom leadership conferences? Good question. It went bad. Thank you. What the purpose of this organization is for the academic training of children along with other kinds of training, social emotional learning. Here is this wonderful antelope chart that I will keep on bringing to you in various versions. This is the one that's showing Asian, Hispanic, and white performance. And you can see what this one is for. I think it may be reading. If it says up there. But there are other various versions that you can see in past things showing what the academic Common Core in particular versions are versus the 3 major subdivision of students in our schools. In this case, the width of the bar is how big the percentage of those students are throughout the district. As you can see, there is usually a big disparity in what the performance of our Hispanic students are. And that disparity has gone and been of notice to this board since Bill and I were first on, when the issue of how we were one of the 20 worst in the country, studied by Stanford out of 8,000 districts, for how big a gap we had between, in that case, the whites and the Hispanics. We have not got any better from the 2009, 2012 average. And you can see some of the latest things from those studies. So I want to remind you, we're failing in a lot of things, particularly for our Hispanic students. And this is your responsibility, particularly the two trustees who said they were running on an equity issue, Charles and Mrs. Henry. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee, former trustee Nelson. Next speaker is Ms. Burgott.
Good evening, members of the board. Is this on? Okay. Superintendent Beer, welcome, and fellow community members. My name is Hazel Bouget, and I'm a parent in this district, and I'm here tonight to express my sincere appreciation for the hard work and dedication of our school board trustees and new interim superintendent. I know firsthand how demanding your roles are, and I deeply admire your commitment to ensuring our children are safe, healthy, educated, and thriving. We all share the same fundamental goal, to provide the best possible future for our kids. And I believe we should model that shared goal by acknowledging the positive work being done here by our district leaders. I've attended several board meetings and I've noticed a concerning trend. While I understand the importance of addressing concerns, it seems the voices of those expressing dissatisfaction often dominate these forums. Unfortunately, this can create a skewed perception, and I worry that the incredible accomplishments of our district are being overshadowed. Many parents, myself included, find it difficult to attend these lengthy bi-weekly meetings. We are busy, but we also trust in the board's dedication and good intentions. We see the positive progress being made in our schools, and we appreciate it. And for many of us, no news is good news, because we are genuinely satisfied with the direction our district is headed. I am incredibly fortunate to be part of a community that values our teachers and staff so highly. This respect, modeled by our leaders, is invaluable for our children. And I hope that in addition to the concerns we hear, the board also recognizes the significant number of parents who are pleased with the district's direction. I want you to know that I and many other parents recognize and appreciate your tireless efforts and your genuine care for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burgett. Next speaker is Ms. Selleck.
Thank you. This is my 13th year as a Mountain View Wisman parent. I've volunteered on the District Advisory Council, Bub Site Council, Project Cornerstone, countless walkathons and silent auctions. My speaking now is to ask all of you to reprioritize focusing on education as the core mission of Mountain View Wisman, focusing on student learning and achievement. There are some very things that you could do. Bring back the school site plans, the individual school site plans to review to the board. We had them 2009 all the way through the pandemic. Then afterwards, 2021 or 2022, instead of having the principals of individual schools present to the public in a school board meeting, it was just one person saying, here they are, the board reviewed it, go ahead and approve. Most parents don't know about site council meetings. Most parents don't hear about the reviews of other schools. We are one community. We should be able to see what's going on at each school. When this information gets hidden, it really hurts everybody. I also want you to take a look at the agendas for the last however many months. How many minutes, how many items are being spent on housing and countless other meditation and other things that have nothing to do with learning. This is our job, is to educate our kids, right? And so I've had kids who have been in special ed. I've had kids who are extraordinary math students. I know you're trying your best, but do better. And I appreciate the speaker who came before me to say thank you. And that's why I started with a thank you at the beginning, because I know there are people working toward this, but I'm also going to repeat my comments that I've made in this past fall. As of 2022-23, 291 out of 1,028 students in 4th grade and 5th grade cannot read at grade level. And 580 out of 1,424 middle schoolers cannot read at grade level. 215 at Crittenden and 365 at Graham are not receiving evidence-based literacy interventions at the level they should be receiving them. Teaching students to read is a solvable problem. This is what you guys should be talking about and focusing on. You're going to spend millions and millions of dollars on money pits and vanity projects. And instead of doing that, this is the time. You are a brand new board. You can make changes. Please have courage like those students did today. When my 4th grader at the time was in student council, she came up, she stood next to a kid and she said, okay, what does it say here? And she read it out loud because she heard it from the kid. She couldn't read it out loud. Didn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Selleck. We have one online speaker, Ms. Sheridan.
Hello, this is Lana Sheridan. Yeah, and I just want to thank the board for your hard work. I'm actually right now here at Jose Antonio Vargas Elementary, and I'm with some other parents from this elementary school. And I just wanted to thank the board for their work on the Green Outdoor Space Learning Space project. This is something that is important to a lot of parents at the school. I really value having a good environment for students to learn in, and I really think it is effective and will help their learning. I know that you've heard from other parents who take a different view, but I want to make sure that you're hearing from parents at the school who are engaged with their children and really want a healthy environment in which they can learn. I think this is a priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sheridan. So we have a couple more speakers. I really would like online speakers to sort of identify themselves early on so we can plan. Okay, I will accept the next two speakers, but I'm not going to keep continuing this. I'm just warning you. If you raise your hand late, I'll use my discretion and move on. Next speaker is Ms. Nagel. And I probably apologize.
Hello. My name is Catherine Nagley. I'm a parent also at Vargas. And I also want to express my my deep support for the greening initiative, particularly at Vargas. Excuse me. There's very little green space at that school, and the students really feel it. It's difficult, especially in the summer. And I submitted an email with some links to research on the benefits of greening for mental health. And I really think it would benefit all our students to have more of that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nagley. Okay, with that, we will move on to communications. Do we have any reports from employee organizations? I do not see any. Next item is the interim superintendent report.
Yes, good evening again. A few items this morning to bring to you. First, on the superintendent search, wanted to update you that many community staff and parent groups have participated thus far in meetings this week with consultants from Leadership Associates. We're grateful to the parents, staff members, neighbors, and community leaders who took the time to share their thoughtful input, and we look forward to the next steps in the process. We'll keep you updated on that. With regard to staff housing, Mount View Wisman has already allocated 34 apartments in the staff housing development. The district received 21 new applications last week, and there are more employees who are in the process of scheduling their application appointments. A reminder about the lottery. Lottery calculations update. As a reminder, we updated the board in November about plan changes in the Stevenson lottery process for 25-26. Now that the open enrollment period ended on February 7, we will begin implementation when we run the lottery at the end of the month. Lottery weights are evaluated each year and responsive to the applicant and enrollment data collected by the Student Services. And as a response to the decrease in applications from socioeconomically disadvantaged families for the Stevenson lottery last year, it was recommended that we increase the weights placed on those socioeconomically disadvantaged students from 8 to 20. This decision is supported by board policy language in BPAR 5115. And additionally, the relative SED indicator will not be used in the upcoming lottery because data doesn't support an underrepresentation of our SED students at Stevenson any longer. Again, this is in accordance with the policy. These changes are intended to increase both the speed and magnitude of changes toward the desired outcome, which is, of course, is increased representation of socioeconomically disadvantaged students at Stevenson. Also, as we discussed at the board retreat, we discussed at the board retreat in January, we're in the process of making our board communication process more efficient. One of these is the process for emails sent by the public to the email address public comments at MVWSD. Emails to this address will now receive an auto response. If their comments meet the criteria, they will be posted to the website on Thursday and then sent to trustees, similar to the process of the trustee questions document, which we're familiar with. So we plan to start that. We plan to start this with the March 6th board meeting, which is our next meeting. A word about public record requests on the district website. The board discussed in November their intent for public records results to be available online for our local community members, especially on topics that are important to them. We are currently working on logistics of posting and anticipate additional records being added to the existing web page on the website toward the end of this month. We have been working diligently to respond to the requests themselves and haven't been able to keep pace with the posting of them. So we're gonna get back at that. And a couple of school recognitions. Our middle school student athletes have been working hard and persevered this past season. Crittenden had 3 of its 5 teams advance to the semifinals in 6th grade boys volleyball, 8th grade boys volleyball, and the 6th, 7th grade girls soccer team. So congrats to all of them. Graham Athletics ended with 4 of its 5 teams earning a spot in the playoffs. The 6th and 7th grade girls soccer team finished the regular season in 3rd place, while 7th and 8th grade girls soccer team and the 7th grade boys volleyball team and the 8th grade boys volleyball team all finished in 5th place. And then finally, the February edition of Graham's new student-created digital magazines are now available. Students wrote about a variety of topics, including Black History Month, Valentine's Day, and the Super Bowl. And you can visit grahamjournalism.com if you want to take a peek at that and support Graham's budding journalists. I'm sure they'd love to see you on there. So that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Oh, 1 second.
Have a public comment on the interim superintendent report. Mr. Nelson.
O'clock. Somebody get out there. Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm Mr. Nelson. I have a comment specifically on this lottery issue. We've had 2 interim superintendents that don't understand the math. Okay, when I had a talk with Dr. Skelly, he told me, oh, we're going to increase what's happening at Stevenson with the socioeconomic by making the tickets 20. Well, guess what? The first year they were a factor of 4x, 4 tickets. The second year, they were a factor of 8 tickets, and the number applying went down. Why is that? I don't know why this keeps knocking me off. Here's what happens. When this idea of a lottery was first put on, the research that was presented by Dr. Rudolph was that there's 2 things you have to do to make this work. You have to offer free transportation for those SED students who were too far away from the. I heard Trustee Conley change her mind on offering free transportation to SED students on a month ago, 6 weeks ago. First time I've ever heard her change her idea on that. I don't know if she's going to change her idea that you need to offer free SED transportation for those parents who are going to be willing to enroll their kids at Stevens. Otherwise, you're just going to fail again and again and again. So please listen to the research that was presented to this board several years ago. You need to offer free SED transportation to those students who live far away from the school and they can't walk. They're not going to walk 2 miles in the cold to take their kindergartner to Stevenson. All those students who live that far away are wealthy enough to have cars and their parents can drive them to Stevenson. So this is a fool's errand. And the second superintendent seems to be on that errand again. I hope I'll have a chance to talk to him and explain the math and research to him, and he'll change his mind. But otherwise, you guys aren't making much of a difference, and you'll never get to parity at Stevenson in the way you're going. Look at the numbers, look at the percentages. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. We have 2 online speakers. First, Ms. Liu.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. I wasn't aware of the change that that was made regarding increasing the percentage. Did that have to go to the board? I just want to understand the procedure, and I wanted to know if this will displace the sibling priority, because I just want to stress the importance of, allowing that sibling priority, because you don't want parents to drop off multiple kids at multiple schools. And previously, the previous superintendent, not Dr. Skelly, Dr. Rudolph, tried to remove that, and we fought to make sure that that was in place. So that was just my questions regarding that. Thank you.
So quick response to that. Answer to the first question of does it have to come to the board? No, there's board policy that that identifies the goals. So we're working in accordance with the board policy. The second question about does it replace or remove sibling preference? No. So the board policy didn't change. The sibling preference and all of the priorities, actually, not just sibling preference, rest within that policy.
Thank you. Next speaker is private.
Hi, good evening. It's Nancy Actor. Yes, I have been asking for months about how many teachers have applied or have apartments in this district-sponsored supported housing project. We were told by Dr. Skelly that we would get some information on that as of this board meeting, and to date, that information hasn't come forth. So my question is, how many teachers are slated for those 34 units at 777 at the Sevens? Again, how many teachers? I don't know if I've been unclear, but the answer has been pending for several months now. In fact, we've been promoting this on our website since November, and now we have 34 interested parties with apartments, but I would like to know how many teachers. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move on from this item and to move to item 10A, a resolution affirming Mountain View Westman School District support of its students and families regarding immigration. I am going to suggest that we read this quarterly. Do any of the trustees have a comment on this? Or perhaps, first of all, Interim Superintendent Bear.
Yes, just first, apologies, this didn't make it on the last agenda. It was an oversight, I think, as Dr. Skelly reported at the time. It does not change our commitment to supporting all of our students and families, always, but especially our immigrant families at this time. So this resolution is important to make that statement, to affirm the board's position and the district's position on this.
Okay, thank you. Any trustee comments or questions? Any members of the public wish to speak on this? So just Trustee Conley, would you please begin?
So this is resolution number 02-021325, affirming Mountain View Westman School District's support of its students and families regarding immigration enforcement actions at schools. Whereas all children in the United States are entitled to equal access to a public elementary and secondary education, regardless of their or their parents' actual or perceived national origin, citizenship, or immigration status, and
whereas the Mountain View Westman School District recognizes the significant challenges faced by immigrant students and their families, particularly during times of heightened political and social scrutiny.
Whereas Mountain View Westman School District is dedicated to fostering the success and well-being of every student, regardless of their immigration status, ethnicity, race, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, ability, socioeconomic background, or beliefs.
Whereas the Mountain View Westman School District has a longstanding commitment to equity, civil rights.
Whereas the Family Education No Rights and Privacy Act, FERPA, prohibits disclosure of personally identifiable student information to immigration enforcement authorities without the consent of a parent or guardian, a court order, or judicial subpoena, and
whereas, except as required by law under specific circumstances, such as being in the possession of a valid judicial warrant or demonstrated exigent circumstances, immigration enforcement officials will not be permitted to access our schools, and
whereas the governing board of the Mountain View Westman School District seeks to reaffirm its resolution number 1634.2/17, approved on February 2nd, 2017, affirming safe, secure, peaceful, and equal access to public education for all students regardless of their or their parents' actual or perceived national origin, citizenship, or immigration status.
Therefore, be it resolved, immigration enforcement officers will not be permitted on campus unless they present a signed judicial warrant or demonstrate exigent circumstances.
Schools will not share personal information about students or families for immigration enforcement purposes without a court order or judicial subpoena.
school staff will not collect or maintain information about students or families' citizenship status and will assert the right to refuse collaboration with immigration enforcement officers to the fullest extent allowable by law.
I make a motion that we approve this resolution as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Conley and a second by Trustee Reed to approve the immigration enforcement action at schools resolution. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you. The motion passed unanimously. Okay, the next item, item 10B, the governor's January budget report.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you for your patience as we getting the presentation ready to go. So this evening, I'm presenting the governor's proposal for the 25-26 state budget. We always refer back to our strategic plan from 2027. Goal 5, equitable distribution of resources that support student success. And goal 5A, to ensure facilities and resources equitable serve all the students. Before we dive into detail of the presentation, it's important to remember the impact of the state funding in our district. Mountain View Wisman School District is a community funded district or basic aid. So that is important to remember that mainly our property taxes is the major source of revenue for our district. State and federal fund accounts for 10% of our total revenue. To put it in context, like our federal funding is 2.4 million. That includes like Title I and federal special education. So this is the process for the budget proposal. In January, the governor's budget is very high level and we don't have a lot of details. We will hear more details as they present more proposals to the legislator. We're probably hear like very key revenue information in the May revise and also like the fiscal impact they will have for the LA area of wildfires. Then we will see like the final budget in June. So the governor released the proposal in the middle of the natural disaster in LA. So there's still not a lot of details on that. But the good news is the Prop 98 still continues to be a big priority and they're funding the minimum guarantee. There is a couple of challenges for the state in terms of economy, like the inflation that is still uncertain, and also the Federal Reserve is not lowering the reserve level. There is the interest rates, but the governor continues to prioritize education and make major investments in the state. So the governor wants to make sure they fund this state. Their budget is they do the minimum guarantee and Prop 98. To give you a little bit of a picture, here is the history of the funding. A lot of in 2021 is like the funding looks like it was higher, but it was like during the COVID era, so we had a lot of one-time funding. For the 24-25 funding is 119 billion. For next year projection for the year 25-26 is pretty similar or pretty much flat funding for Prop 98. There's a little bit of change for the current year in the year 24-25. If it was initially proposed, the 15 billion and then increased to 119 billion, but now they're saying it's more like 117.6 billion to be more conservative, but it's more about time. It's more about the timing of how the revenue will arrive into the budget. I think overall it looks good for Prop 98 for education funding. I think the major risks or challenges, it would be the accounting in the budget of enrollment, as well as the local fiscal challenges that school districts may have. There's a couple of proposals for continue to invest in local students, and I think there's like a discretionary grant, and there we'll get to know more about it in the next couple of months. How is it going to be funded? Is it going to be very restricted or not super restricted? We're hoping that we get it with less restrictions so that districts can have more discretion as discretionary grant to be able to properly use the dollars locally. There's also funding for kitchen infrastructure training. So we will see how, once the budget is finalized, how that changes. Next steps, we will continue to monitor the changes. And then, as I mentioned, in May revise, that's when we probably be hearing a lot more details and how the major impacts on the revenue and the disaster area, how may change other allocations for the budget. Then we'll be working on budget development for the fiscal year 25-26. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. I have questions from the trustees. I have a question. Could you, just very simply explain how the projected budget will impact our school district?
It's the 10% is for state and federal budget. It's really not that impactful for the state. The state budget is about 9.4 million, and of that includes about 3 million on STIRS on behalf. So it is not very impactful. The major revenue for our school district is property tax and other local funding.
Thank you. Move on to public comment. Thank you. Ms. Selleck.
Thank you. I don't know if I missed it, but I was just wondering if you could share with us what the percentage of funds for our public schools come from the federal government. I know, I guess I want to read to you a brief thing from an essay written yesterday by Jessica Gross. It especially impacts IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And it's the Department of Education that defends and partially funds IDEA. President Trump signed an executive order supporting the use of federal funds for school choice, including private and faith-based schools, which are beyond the reach of IDEA enforcement. That means that a child with autism, dyslexia, or Down syndrome, for example, may be denied access, and private schools are under no obligation to provide any specialized services or supports to help them succeed. We can't predict what the future will come, especially when it comes to Trump and Musk. So the author asked somebody from Ed Navigator, the author of a newsletter on education, about what concerned families can do right now if they're worried about what will happen if federal funding gets cut or if the Department of Education ceases to function as it has been. He said to put the pressure on local and state officials, ask them, what are you committed to doing? And what is your plan? If a federal role simply diminishes, what would you do on special education? What would you do on funding for low-income schools? And I do think it affects Mountain View Wissman. So I would appreciate you thinking about this for the future. I know that about typically 14% of funding for public schools comes from the federal government. I don't know what the number is for Mountain View Wissman. I just want you to think about that when you're having these discussions about budget. Thank you.
Yeah, quick response. Slide number 6 of the presentation shows that 90% of our revenues come from property taxes, 10% come from state and federal funding. Bongo?
Yes, and I also wanted to share that a federal funding for special education is exempt from the funding pause, also Title I. So we received this information from our SELPA. So federal funding for IDA or special education in Title I are safe. The total percentage of federal and state is 10%. So about 2.4 million of our total budget.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on this item? I don't see any comments from the board. Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Item number 10C, volunteer process update. Looks like Ms. Vickford will be presenting.
Thank you very much. All right. It is my honor and pleasure to be here this evening to provide some clarity and updates about our district's volunteer process. Of course, this aligns with multiple strategic plan items in our district, goals 1, 3, and 4, because our volunteers are a critical part of our district. We really, absolutely, I can't say how much we appreciate all of our volunteers for the work that they do to provide support to our staff and our students, to support our school cultures, and to really support the overall learning environment for our children. Our current volunteer system includes 2 categories. We have our infrequent volunteers that are on campus 3 times or fewer. They might just come for an assembly, go on a field trip, but they're not there very often. And then our second category this year are our regular volunteers. And these are people who are here more than 3 times in the year. They may do an overnight field trip. They may be Project Cornerstone participants, but they are here pretty frequently. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about why we have a volunteer process, and it really truly is about student safety. Everything about our process is about protecting our children and making sure that any adult who's on campus that has regular contact with them is truly a safe person to be around them. This includes background checks for our participants. It includes making sure that they're healthy too and have a TB clearance. And then it also makes sure that our regular volunteers do mandated reporter training so that they can be looking out for the needs of the kids that they see on a regular basis. Now, the AB 506 came into effect a couple years ago, and it requires that employees or regular volunteers of youth service organizations complete child abuse reporting training on a regular basis, and they undergo a background check. Now, AB 506 considers a regular volunteer someone who's 18 years or over and who has direct contact or supervision of children more than 16 hours in a month or more than 32 hours in a year. Now, the definition of a youth service organization, we really read into the nitty gritty. It's an organization that employs people who are mandated reporters. School districts, obviously, we are all mandated reporters. And so we believe we fall into this category, okay? And then I'm going to talk a little bit more about our current process just to kind of set some foundation for where we go from here. So currently, if you want to be a brand new volunteer, there are several steps to take. You can start by doing your mandated reporter training, and we'll talk a little bit more about how to do that. Then you're going to get a fingerprint request form from your school. You turn that back into the school, and then the school turns it into our HR department, who then emails the family, gives you a link to get your fingerprinting done that allows us to receive those results. The school gives the families a link to our Raptor application system, so families can upload the rest of their documents there. And then once everything has been checked and cleared, we get a photo and we print a volunteer badge that gets delivered to the school. If you're a returning volunteer, the process is kind of similar, but there's one major difference. You don't need to do fingerprinting again. Fingerprinting has to be done one time, as long as you maintain a relationship with the school. You don't have to do that multiple times. What you do need to do is continue to do your mandated reporter training, which every member of a school district does annually. And then we also ask that you just keep updating your TB clearance to make sure that that doesn't lapse during your time that you're volunteering with us. So here's where we're going to have lots of conversation tonight. Our current definition in our district of a regular volunteer is a little bit different than what AB 506 requires. We both require to be a to be a volunteer, you be 18 years or older. But AB 506 says you're a regular volunteer if you're 16 hours a month or 32 hours in a year. We say 3 times in a year for at least 10 minutes at a time. So we're asking people to do all of these requirements at a much higher rate than the state requires. So mandated reporter training obviously is one of the biggest new things that has come with AB 506. And thank you, with the amount of time that it takes, but there are a few different ways that we can provide support to people to get this done. So there's an online training that was free a couple of years ago. The state now has decided to charge people for their certificate. And so to help people who don't want to pay for the certification, we're hosting training sessions here at the district office where people can come and take the training here, and we'll sign off and verify that they've completed it. So there's no cost to a parent to do that. And folks can complete training through other organizations too. If people do their training with their employer or with the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts, or if they work at a hospital, we'll accept all of those certifications as well. We don't want people to have to do more work. We just want to make sure people have done the right thing to protect children. And then comes the question, why does it take so long to get a badge? I did all this training and I've done all my things, so why can't I get my badge? So I'm just going to give you a little bit of background about it. The HR department who manages all of the volunteers is also and onboarding staff and dealing with people who are on leave and finding subs and all of those other pieces. And so at the beginning of the year, when a lot of people really want to get their volunteer badge, the HR department really has to be focused on hiring staff and getting staff onboarded to start the school year. That has to be the priority. Thanks, Shelley. The other piece of why it takes so long to get a badge is, we have to go through a lot of different steps in the process. We get the information from the site, and then a fingerprint request form is provided. We have to wait for the Department of Justice to provide us results, and we don't have any control over that. And so sometimes it comes quickly, and sometimes it takes a little bit of time. We review all of your TB clearance and review everybody's mandated reporter clearance and respond to emails. At the beginning of the year, we sometimes have 300 or more emails in a day in our volunteer email account. So we try our very, very.
I don't think it's your fault. I think our system keeps going out.
Yeah, thanks for waving to me every time it goes out. At any rate. Okay. Many, many things go into the timing of providing a badge. And I just want to tell you, our staff is working as hard and as fast as they can to get things to you as quickly as possible. Okay? Next slide. And we have a lot of volunteers to process every year, which is great because as I've said all years, and so you can see, over the course of the months, the beginning of the school year is our busiest time, and we have several hundred volunteers to process at the beginning of the year while we're starting the new school year out too. And so I appreciate everybody's patience very much as we take time to go through the steps and provide all of the safety that our children deserve and need. But now I want to talk about some next steps, because I know we can do a better job of supporting everybody. So in the upcoming school year, we want to do a better job of aligning with the here definition of AB 506. So we will be asking our regular volunteers to continue to do mandated reporter training. It's in alignment with our high school district too. We're not the only ones who are doing this, and many other districts as well. But we're going to be asking our regular volunteers 32. we're not going to ask for people to do that if they're only volunteering for 3 hours at a time. And we're going to survey our families and find out what families really intend to do. If a family member says, I want to be a regular volunteer and I want my badge from day one, that's great. We're going to help them do that. Thanks, Rebecca. Is this fun? Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. So we can help our, thank you, our regular volunteers take care of business from the very beginning. But we might have people who say, I'm not going to be a regular volunteer. I just want to drop in every so often. And that's okay. They can do that too. Parents can scan their IDs through our Raptor system, and they can come without doing all of the requirements. And we might have some who aren't so sure. They are fully free to come and be an infrequent volunteer. And once they reach that threshold of time that they're going to go over that 25 hours, they can complete the full process and we can get a badge and help them become a regular volunteer. So we really want to support and help our families to do all of the things that they need to do to keep our children safe, but to do it when it is really required for them to do it. Okay. So some considerations, this will require that we really are diligent about signing in and out of the office through our Raptor system. For safety reasons for our volunteers, and I always say, I hate to think this way, but I have to. If we ever have an earthquake or something terrible happens, we need to know who's on campus. We need to be able to monitor and keep everybody safe and accounted for. So it becomes important that our volunteers scan in through our offices. And we also need to keep our children safe. That scanning in helps us to identify and make sure that people who are coming on campus are clear and safe to be there. And then it also helps us to track everybody's time so that we can keep up with the volunteer requirements and help people to get certified when they need to be with all of the extra processes. All right. And with that, I hope that update helps our volunteers to be able to spend more time with us and with our children, doing all of the great things that they do.
Hey, thank you. Any questions from the board? Trustee Henry?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, for the update. Had a couple of questions. One, the annual piece of it. I know the staff in the district does it annually, but it doesn't seem to necessarily be specified in the statute for the annual piece. And I know the fingerprinting is once, and this requirement is annual. Can you talk about kind of the rationale for doing it on an annual basis?
Sure. Fingerprinting is once because we, all you have to do is fingerprint one time, and we will get those results for the next 20 years if we don't release you and exit you from our system. And so it's very different when we talk about fingerprinting versus mandated reporting. All staff and volunteers are expected to do that training. We update every year because it's really important that we keep keep that training and that information at the top of everybody's mind, because protecting our children is just that important. And so, as we have every staff member doing that training and refreshing every year, we would like our volunteers who are with us to be able to do that too.
So on the fingerprinting, you get updated information if somebody were to commit a crime after the fact, that would come back. Okay, thank you. And then I don't want to take all the time, but one other quick question is the version of the training that our volunteers are currently being asked to do, is that the only acceptable training? I know there was a parent in our district who also volunteers with the robotics team at the high school who said that he thought that training that he did was more like an hour versus the one we're doing. So I was wondering if there are any other options.
Sure. The option that we're providing right now is the state's training system that we're using, but we will accept trainings from any other organization as long as somebody can provide a certificate that they have completed. So if somebody does the training in the high school, because the high school is using a different program, we're happy to accept that too. And I can look into other trainings that would be affordable and effective if that's of interest to people too.
How long is our in-person training?
Our in-person training is actually the state training. We just offer it here to people.
Oh, you're just running the,
We're running the training, right?
that, do you mind if I ask one last? For the 32 hours, and I think I know the answer from the definition, but just want to clarify, that's in-person contact with kids, right? So if someone were to, for example, volunteer every week to make copies for teachers, so they're only in the teacher lounge, at the copy machine, that would not be part of that. Even if they did every week and needed to have, kids may walk. I guess I'm just wondering where that.
Right. The way our system works actually is when a volunteer scans into our Raptor system, it's counting their time on campus.
Right. So I knew that. I just wondered for statute purposes, it seems to be the in-person, and thinking about, how we can get more, the person who wants to make copies every week, but also wants to help at the Valentine party. Just trying to think about, those ways. It looked like from the numbers, from the Raptor information, I think you said it was a little over 370 who currently have badges who wouldn't need them under the new definition. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Conley?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the update. My first question was a little bit about what's the board role in this? So it's a discussion item tonight. I don't believe it's coming back as an action item. This is okay, so this is informational for the board. This is one of those interesting distinctions between the board sets policy versus the superintendent and staff carry out implementation. So we're not being asked to give direction tonight or vote on policy in any way.
Not unless you have input that you'd like to share, but we're not asking for any vote of any kind.
That's correct.
Okay, so it's not, all right. I'm just trying to make sure
It's not an action item.
the public understands our role as well. Sometimes we get a discussion item and then it's going to come back for a vote later.
Right.
And this is not the case with this item.
That's correct.
Okay, and then I have two more questions. One is, do we have an idea of what some of our nearby districts do? MVLA, possibly Sunnyvale. What are our partner districts doing?
Right, so we've looked at quite a few of our neighboring districts. MVLA has a tiered level of volunteers. And so the volunteers who are what they call level 3, they're the active volunteers who are on campus working with kids. They follow the same process that we now have with mandated reporter training. We know that several districts, we've gone down as far as Gilroy. They also, have mandated reporter training as part of their volunteer process. There are some districts that don't have it as clearly laid out on their district websites, but yeah.
There's clearly variance.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a wide range.
But we thought aligning with our partner district above us with MVLA was important because those are the expectations there. It seemed like we do with calendar, like we do with so many things, trying to create some consistency.
Thank you. And then my last question, when I look at the 16 hours a week or 32 hours, or I'm sorry, 16 hours a month, 16 hours a week, we should hire that parent. 16 hours a month or 32 hours a year. I know, having been a former Stevenson teacher, that Stevenson is going to be more impacted perhaps in its volunteer system than some of the other school sites. We have those regular volunteers at other sites within our district, absolutely. But with the participation model at Stevenson, most parents who volunteer there will probably fall into that regular volunteer bucket. So I was wondering if it would be possible, and perhaps at other schools, if there's a preponderance of need too, to include this in the parent ed training at Stevenson. Perhaps they do for new parents, or if you want a refresher, they have 3 sessions that parents go through before they launch into the classroom. And there's also monthly parent ed meetings. So perhaps it could be built into their system in some way, or the existing training, and even in parent university or parent ed nights at other school sites too, if there's a high percentage of volunteers who need it. But I don't know if that's feasible or not. I was curious about whether or not that's feasible.
I can certainly speak with the principal, the new principal, when we when we select for Stevenson and talk about that as an option. We're
Okay.
happy to help parents in any way we can to make this as manageable as it can be.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Trustee Reed?
I know that school staff, teachers, district staff, we all have to do the training once a year. Our certificate expires after 1 year. I thought that volunteers had a 2-year window. So I'm wondering if that is the case, that volunteers have a longer certificate span, if there was the possibility to move that to a 2-year versus the 1 year that's presented.
Um, I will say every time we have a nuance, it makes our process of managing and monitoring exponentially more challenging. And I know that mandated reporter training is a little bit of is a little bit cumbersome, but again, we believe so strongly that when staff do it every year, our volunteers who are committing their time to being with our students that frequently every year should follow the same process. And we want to make sure that we have a system that we can monitor everyone as quickly and efficiently and in as much supportive of a way as we can. And again, we have many ways that will help and support families to complete it, and we'll keep looking for more efficient ways.
Thank you for bringing up that concern of trying to make it streamlined and making sure you're not missing anybody in the process.
I have a couple of questions. One, what is the purpose of having our requirements more strict than AB 506?
Well, in the past, we had them more strict than AB 506 in an effort to really streamline all of our volunteers. And it was much more strict than AB 506. But in looking at our volunteers, there was an opinion that people who volunteered for 3 times in a row were probably going to be our regular volunteers. And so that was the system that was set up a few years back. We're now realizing that we really need to align more with AB 506 and not be so much more stringent. So this is why we're looking at these updates and changes.
Yeah, another thing, seeing all these requirements, and there's a lot of logistics involved with this, and something tells me that you shouldn't be doing this. In other words, there's just a lot of paper management in this process and keeping track of things. You know, is there a better way to do this that makes it just easier for everybody? I don't know what, I don't know exactly, what all this looks like, but just, have it all automated, have it something, right?
Right.
I'm just encouraging you. It seems overwhelming, especially when you're dealing with 833 volunteers a year. And there's probably many more who would like to volunteer, but for having to go through this process.
Sure. We're always looking at ways to streamline and update. Happy to do that. But I think it does make sense for it to live in our department because only certain people in the HR world have access to Department of Justice records.
Yeah, I just encourage staff.
I appreciate the encouragement.
Yeah, I encourage the staff to, think about if we need more personnel to do this, part-time or whatever. I mean, because really the objective here is to encourage volunteers to be in our schools. And yeah, and we want to help that out as much as we possibly can. Some schools are more set up to do this than others. And it's really the others that we want to really make a difference on. So, look to the interim superintendent and you to, figure out how we can, what we can do to make this much, much more easier for not only the parents, but also for you in the central office. And the principals, et cetera, et cetera. No, thank you. Okay, I will take, if I don't see any more questions, one more. Trustee Reed?
I'm wondering if each site has its own volunteer coordinator that reports to you, or you're just the central volunteer hub?
School secretaries are primarily the ones who communicate with us. from each school site. So they collect information and share that with us. We share information back with secretaries.
Are they the ones that are collecting who's done the mandated report or who has that information?
No, they only collect the initial volunteer applications and send those over. Everything else we are collecting through our Raptor system. So it is an electronic system that parents can upload their documents to.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? We'll take public comment now. I have Ms. Selleck.
Hi, thank you. Two quick questions and a couple of comments. How many volunteers over the last 13 years have been involved with suspect situations? I know there's been situations with teachers and with staff members, but how many volunteers? The second thing I want you all to be aware of is the Department of Justice is not functioning as it used to. Please be aware of that. I have a friend who interned at the Department of Justice in the fall at the Division of Disability Rights. It is completely gutted. The Division of Tracking what's going on with human trafficking is completely gutted. So when you say that volunteers have to wait for the Department of Justice, you may be waiting a long time. If I may offer a suggestion, maybe give these regular volunteers a large window at the beginning of the school year, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, whatever it takes, so that they can start volunteering on day one and not have to wait. The cost in terms of money is one thing, but the cost in terms of how this affects our children is the bigger thing. The objective, I appreciate Trustee Lambert saying, is to encourage volunteers to be in our schools. And that's what we should focus on, because we want to focus on student learning and achievement. And again, you're talking about something that's like doing the opposite of that. It's kind of like what happened with the excuse for the fences. But even here, even in the numbers in the slide deck, when you look at the number of volunteers, you're looking at the last couple of years. You should look at the number of volunteers before the fences went up, right? When parents could gather on Monday mornings as part of the school assemblies and watch the kids sing the songs and make the announcements as student council, that's where you'd get volunteers, and those volunteers would become regular volunteers, not just at schools like Stevenson, which are structured that way, but at schools like, so please be very conscious. You can certainly, even if you can't take action on this item, you can certainly make your opinions known to the district staff that this is not the direction we want to take in terms of encouraging the culture that we want, just like those Montaloma students said earlier tonight, right? We want to encourage the culture that we want to build, which means we want parent volunteers, we want community volunteers, we want people coming in for Williams Bub or Williams Landals and doing all these things. So please think about that when you're designing policies and processes, and think about the impact on the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Selleck. We have 3 online speakers. We'll start off with private.
Hi, good evening. I just want to add some commentary in that the Education Code 51101 lists rights of parents and includes the right to volunteer. So I think we need to be very careful that we are not infringing upon that right. Parents have a right under subsection F to volunteer in their children's classrooms or for other activities at the schools, for participating as appropriate in decisions relating to education as well. So I think that it's important that we're careful when we talk about quote unquote AB 506 that we do not infringe upon parental rights. The second thing I want to point out is that oftentimes we have these legacy thoughts and processes AB 506 is codified as Business and Professions Code 18975 under Chapter 2.9 for youth service organizations. And a regular volunteer under that means a volunteer with the youth service organization who's 18 years of age or older and has direct contact with or supervision of children. Under subsection 2, it means an organization that employs or utilizes the services of persons who, due to their relationship with the organization, are mandated reporters pursuant to paragraph 7, subdivision A of section 11165.7 of the California Penal Code. And when you go into that section of the California Penal Code, it defines who is a mandated reporter, and it does not include the volunteers here at the school. So I guess in short, I think this is a case of our school not really paying attention to what's going on in the law and putting overly restrictive burdens on volunteering for parents. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ms. Dillon.
Hello. So 2 comments. One is Tara cited MVLA and aligning with the MVLA requirements of what they're doing. I can tell you that that's not at all what Mountain View High School is doing. The way to become a volunteer at Mountain View High School is you go in, you go to the registrar's office, you meet Eric Rodriguez. He's the registrar. He's a very nice person. You talk to him, you take your picture, he prints you a badge, you're on your way. And I can tell you, I just volunteered today at the high school, and there was 2 grandparents there of a student, and they got badges, and they showed up, and they were in a classroom, and they were on their way. So number 1, Tara is completely inaccurate that this is not what other neighboring school districts are doing. The requirements are onerous for Mountain View Wisman. And secondly, I'm just going to point out, we have our previous superintendent who created a lot of bad policies has been gone for 3 months now. And what percentage of the board's time is spent talking about stuff that doesn't relate to anything happening in the classroom with teachers or with the students there? We're still talking about housing and board coaches and policing your parent volunteers. When is the board going to actually make the time on this agenda about what's actually happening in the classroom? And I'm going to send you all an article that was in the LA Times about the Compton School District, where they have improved their scores. And they are not spending money or time on any of the things that you guys are spending time talking about and thinking about and spending money on. So I'll send that on, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon. Next speaker is Ms. Liu.
Hi, this is Young. I've sent the board and Dr. Bear, Mr. Bear, Superintendent Bear, did an email earlier. And as of right now, I'm looking at the response. There are 111 community members supporting this loosening of the mandate reporter. And I appreciate that, you're saying that you're trying to align with MVLA. But if you look at LASD, Los Altos School District, which also feed into MVLA, they don't have this requirement. They do not have this requirement. They do not have the mandated requirement. Neither does, Palo Alto Union School District. They don't have this requirement. And a lot of the school districts around us do not have this requirement because they understand the value of having volunteer coming in and helping the kids. What I do when I go into the classroom is I sit and help teacher working with students in small group support, kids who were affected, during the pandemic or, not missing that in-person learning, like missing that how to write a proper sentence, how to do math, all these stuff. Chaperone on field trip. So limiting this thing to 1 hour like week, it's not benefiting the kids. So a lot of time when you're doing this policy, you have to keep the kids in mind. Like, how is it helping them? And I just hope that you don't use this fear tactic, which the previous superintendent um, have rely on all the time. This fear tactic, and to get his policy passed. It's just crazy policy that don't help kids, don't support kids, don't improve our kids at all. And so I do hope that this board, you know, um, think think about this and make sure that this volunteer requirement is not onerous. Like, it's not too much for people who are doing a lot already, because it just doesn't help that collaboration, that appreciation. You tell us you appreciate us, but we have to do this 2-hour thing every year. That's not even required. It's not required by state law. And then regarding the volunteer process, it's so hard. Like, at other school district, if you click on a link, the form, the live scan form, it's pre-populated with information that people can just take to the shop to get it done. Here, you have to fill a form, you have to take it to the principal and then get it signed and wait, authorize it and put it back. It's just so cumbersome. And if you can make that easier, that would be really helpful.
Thank you. Mr. Sharma?
Yes, thank you for giving me some time. I was a parent at Stevenson, so I understand the sentiments of the parents here. I think they were well intended, and I think the board should give some credence to their feelings and emotions. I have two points. One is that when we're talking about how hard it is for the Human Resource Department to take over this project, well, thank you for doing what you do. But with Ms. Reed's question that if you increase it to 1 to 2 years, the reaction was that it's going to make their job a lot more tougher. I think the Raptor system, whatever is being used, I think we can find a better system which helps them track it a little better, so that it's not that hard for them. So I don't think the fact that you change it from 1 to 2 to 3 years should be that much more of work. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trustee DePazio.
Yeah. So I think one thing I wanted to piggyback on one of your questions, Trustee Conley, right? I think you pointed out the fact that, this is a discussion item because we don't currently have any policy direction from the board on volunteering. And I know that other school districts do have board policies for volunteer assistance. And I think that's, not to add work to our new policy committee, but I think that would be something useful for us to take up as we go through this, so we can take kind of a closer look for what we think are, as a board, in setting policy for us, what are the good practices we could have and how that gets implemented as an administrative regulation ultimately. So, but I think that was a good insight I think you had here.
Trustee Henry?
Just had two follow-up thoughts on the comments. One is if there is any other, maybe a 1-hour version versus a 2-hour version, I'd love to know. I know that just personally going through the training, it took a long time. It's heavy. So even though it's intended to be a 2 to 3 hour process, it took me 6 weeks to work through it because it was heavy. But I will say, I think I really appreciate the move to the definition of regular volunteer as that 32-hour truly regular volunteer, when it was the 3 hours for 10 minutes, that catches so many people. And I think that really is a barrier to getting people in the classroom. So I think if people can start out the year and volunteer and see if they're really going to be regular, and at that point start the process, that's a positive direction to be moving in.
I'd just like to follow up with Trustee DeFazio said. I really hope the policy committee spends time thinking about implementation. I think that's one of the, without the implementation, the policies are, just words. So thanks. Okay. Trustee
Trustee
Reed
Reed and-
or Trustee Conley, whoever.
As an MVLA parent that doesn't get to spend a lot of time on campus because I work during the school hours, I know that on their online volunteer page, there is a process similar to what was outlined here, and that is part of their process.
And I really appreciate your echoing my sentiment. I was talking about, we don't have a policy role in this item. There is a board policy and administrative regulation regarding parent involvement, which hits on some of this, but if there are opportunities to flesh out how we talk about volunteers in that would be the place to look. So you want to look at 60/20.
Sorry.
Board policy and administrative regulation, because it does talk, but it's different than setting, the board writes a board policy that says we want parents to be involved to the greatest extent possible, and that's our job. Staff develops an administrative regulation, which we give feedback on, that says a little bit about how it's going to be done, but the implementation piece about choosing the specific requirements usually doesn't sit in the board's governance role, if that makes sense. For, Mr. Bear looks, no, and I could be misunderstanding that wrong. So I think it's great for the policy committee to look into it. But I would start there. It's just, what is our role in governance versus implementation are two different things.
Yeah, I think, to my point, I think specifically the board policy that folks have is under community relations, which is 1240. Right, I think we have like a visitors and outsiders one, but there's a volunteering assistance one specifically that guides the principles that we want. I do think that there is, right, the oversight role that we would have in, do we think that it's satisfying our guidance for what we want? Are we getting enough volunteers? Are we making it too cumbersome? And I think that would be where we kind of feedback on administrative regulations.
Sure. And this is the first time we've had like a policy off. So I love it. I love it. I'm so excited that you guys are here. Great board. And then Trustee Reed, are you finished with your comments or? Okay. I think, I agree with all of my colleagues that we really want as many parents as possible to be on campus. It has such a huge impact for children every day. I've been a teacher at Stevenson. I got to see, we went above and beyond in terms of having parents in the classroom, but it matters. It's a huge support. And I know at other schools in our districts, there's significant numbers of volunteers. One of the trustee questions that was sent in regarded how many volunteers there are per student across our sites. Thank you to whichever trustee sent that in. And so that's available on our website beside the agenda materials. And you can look at, some of our sites could really use more volunteers. I want to put out there that you don't have to, your child does not have to be attending a school for you to volunteer there or to be a regular volunteer. So my child was at Mistral and I volunteered with Project Cornerstone at Castro, for example. You also don't have to have a child in our district to be a volunteer. Former trustee Blakely is currently volunteering at Castro as well. And so, we want to invite the community in as many ways as possible to support our children because they really need the support. And I appreciate the work. I'm glad to see this loosening up. I do, we got a lot of feedback as trustees from community members about the mandated reporter requirement. And so I think continuing to examine that would be helpful in ways to either make it easier or to not have it be annual or what have you. I don't have the answer there. I did want to verify something that came to me was that the Department of Education highly recommended the mandated reporter training be annual. Is that correct? Okay. When I hear the Department of Education highly recommends something, what I hear is district council having conversations about liability and what case law will be. And I think one of the challenges with AB 506 is it's relatively new. And what we see a lot in education is that legislation gets passed at the state level, but how it shakes out and how it actually gets implemented, how it shows up in, court cases, perhaps districts being sued, and how it changes over time, like that takes a while to shake out. And I think we're still in that process a little bit. It's only been a few years. And so I understand that staff has to balance those concerns around liability and financial impacts for the district with wanting to have as many people in as possible, and then also student safety. So I don't have, as a trustee, a cut and dried answer on how to do this best. I really do empathize with the some of the feedback that we've gotten. And so we want to make it as feasible and as easy as possible. But I'm glad to see the big change here, I think, is moving to that regular volunteer classification changing so much. I think that's going to be really helpful across our school district.
Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, so the breakdown was my question, and I think it ties into your the flip side of your question about Stevenson for staff, right? Which I think this is kind of what I wanted to see, because I think the goal for this is going to be probably more to get marginally attached and more people from the community in as a volunteering process. Whereas I think, due to self-selection into Stevenson, those parents are probably going to run through a wall to volunteer, right? Like they're very passionate, and that's kind of part of that community. So I'd like to see I'd like to see like the communities where we have like far fewer ones, kind of like how we can make that easier and where the pain points are for that. And I think, I don't know, I know this is a discussion item, but I don't know if it's like, we haven't had the policy committee really formed yet. Is it in order for like a motion to refer to the policy committee? President?
I don't think it requires a motion. I think it just is the next round of policy updates. We can include that.
Okay.
And based on feedback we're hearing, we'll go back and talk and see if we can refine.
So, Ms. Victor, we're expecting when you come to present next year, we'll have 1,200 volunteers. You're going to solve these problems. We look forward to it. So I suggest we have a LCAP report, which we're going to take a 5-minute break first, okay? Because we have the patience for this. Okay, we'll be back at 8:05.
meeting here, and Ms. Hausman's going to get my presentation up for me. Waiting for the meeting to come back on. Okay. All right, so yes, tonight I'm here to share with you what we call the annual update to the annual update of the LCAP. It is what we call the mid-year update. We have in the state, we must complete an LCAP every year. It's a 3-year plan that is updated annually, and it highlights the goals and strategies that we have for improving achievement for all of our students. Our LCAPs are aligned to Strategic Plan 2027. So when we created the strategic plan, it was in alignment with 2 cycles of the LCAP so that we could make sure that our work is targeted and focused. Next slide. So for the mid-year update, this is a new requirement. It started last year, requires the superintendent or designee to present a mid-year update of the LCAP and the local control funding formula budget overview for parents on or before February 28th of each year at a regularly scheduled meeting of the board. This is in addition to the full annual update that we will do at the end of the year, which goes along with our new LCAP. It's presented tonight for discussion only. There is not a required template. We have to include all mid-year outcome data related to metrics, that we have, some data we don't have yet, and all mid-year expenditure and implementation data on all actions identified in the LCAP. So for the budget overview for parents, you can see as we adopted the budget for 24-25 back in June, and then looked at first interim, we've seen a difference, a gain of about $2.1 million in total funds, LCFF funds. This was due to increases in our actual secure property tax projections and the money that we got. We are also seeing, based on enrollment, a slight decrease in our supplemental. We do not receive concentration grant money. We only receive supplemental money, which directly supports our unduplicated students, English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and foster youth. At October 1st, the projection was a little lower than we thought, so technically losing about $121,000. But as we go to the next slide, you can see that we've actually spent an additional $218,000 on our high needs students so far this year. So even though we lost a little money, we've spent more. And I think just looking at our total budgeted expenditures in the LCAP, we're pretty close to what we projected, and the current amount, what we're projecting to spend by the end of the year in the LCAP. So just looking at mid-year progress, I have an appendix for you which gives detailed information or more detailed information about each goal. But just as a highlight, goal 1 is our most robust goal. It is our goal that includes all of our instructional practices. We projected to spend about $9.3 million on this goal. So far to date, we've spent 4.8. We have 17 metrics, 18 actions, 12 metrics actually have mid-year progress, things like CASP scores, iReady scores, things we've come and presented to you. And some metrics will be updated at the end of the year. That includes the results from our LCAP survey and some of our dashboard self-reflection tools that we do at the end of the year. And all of the actions in goal 1 are being implemented as of December 2024. So in goal 2, this is our goal that talks about social emotional health and behavior. A lot of our work here in this goal has to do with working on things like chronic absenteeism and suspension rates. We originally, when we did the LCAP, we were informed that we were going to be considered significantly disproportionate for suspensions of Hispanic students with disabilities, and that we were going to have to write a comprehensive coordinated early intervening services plan. It's a lot of words, but we found out in the fall this year that actually we were not identified as significantly disproportionate, so we are not required to write that plan. Although we are still working very diligently on addressing our suspension rates, and there's lots of actions in goal 2 where we outline that work. So goal 3 talks about our culture and our environment for both our students and our staff. And we have 7 metrics and 8 actions. This is where we have our work for our equity work and our director of equity, who we know has been appointed interim principal at Stevenson Elementary. And I know there was a question about this at the last meeting, so I wanted to just address, and this is addressed on slide 22, but some of the work that we have outlined is still continuing. Our equity, Ms. Pullman continues to work with teachers, principals, and staff to implement equity-related initiatives. Training, including training on #BetterTogether, continues. Those initiatives, that is happening on a monthly basis. In fact, she just talked with our leadership team about it on Tuesday, the topics for March. And she is available for training as requested. If principals need training for their staff, she will go out and do anything that is necessary. Our Equity Advisory Committee has not met to date. We did try to recruit in September, but there was a lack of interest and participation. We actually only had 2 people actually submit interest in being on that committee, and we have to revisit whether or not that's something that we can do moving forward for the remainder of the year. The equity framework, I know there was a presentation on that, and it was used by our sites to develop goals and actions in their site plans, but the work has not yet been brought forward. And then equitable access to choice schools, I know Mr. Bear talked about that, and the weighted lottery will continue. So for goal 4, this is about supporting and retaining our employees. There's 11 metrics in this and 3 actions. And all of the actions are being implemented as of December 2024. And goal 5 is our equitable distribution of resources. This really has things to do with food and nutrition, how we run our nutrition program, how we're keeping our facilities clean, that sort of thing. And so we have 6 actions that are fully or partially implemented as of December. And our last goal 6 was added to our LCAP, specifically to meet the needs of students at Castro School. And so we have 20 metrics and 10 actions in that goal. And while all of the actions are being implemented, it looks like that goal doesn't have a lot of expenditures, but I want to note that a lot of the expenditures are captured in other actions. So you can only account for that specific expenditure one time in the LCAP. So for example, Castro has 2 at-risk supervisors, but that's also a goal that is in goal 2. And so we count for that money in goal 2, but it shows up also in goal 6. So we go on. So next steps for us, we're going to continue to work to have families complete the LCAP survey. I've been watching it in live time. People keep completing it tonight. It closes tomorrow, late afternoon. And now we're going to turn our work to looking at our 25-26 LCAP, writing our full annual update, and then shifting to work on the second interim report and developing our budget for 25-26. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the board? Trustee Conley?
Yes, thank you. I'm wondering if you or perhaps our public information officer could walk me through how the equity committee recruitment process was carried out in the fall?
Sure. So my understanding from talking to Ms. Pullman is that we put communication out in newsletters over the course of 2 weeks. I think it was at the end of October, which is typical to our process. There was a link to an application. Anybody who wanted to apply could apply to that application, and then Ms. Pullman would review the applicants. And that's typically how we've done committees like that.
So in the past, the equity committee has been one that anyone who wants to come can come. It's not a committee where people are screened or there's a limit on how many people can participate. And so, you know, I find it surprising. What I have seen in the 2 years previously is that people who were on the email list the year before would have gotten an invite to the committee meeting in the fall when they started up in August or September. And then we could have recruited more people too, but there has been a consistent cohort of people who have carried through on the equity committee year after year. And we got no communication this fall, which there was a lot going on. So I understand that, but the idea that this was never even communicated to the existing committee members. There was no discussion of it at the board level. I'm going to go look for it in the, the response on the question. We've seen responses that there was recruitment in September or in October. And so I've looked through like a Mountains View in September. It's not in there. It's not in the school newsletters in September. I think we've really missed an opportunity with maintaining the people who are already involved and coordinating with them, and then actually doing outreach around this, because I didn't know that we were recruiting for the equity committee. We never had a board discussion about it, and the equity committee wasn't notified either.
I'll have to circle back to Ms. Pullman about that.
Thank you. And then the Better Together curriculum. In the past, Director Pullman has developed that in partnership with the equity committee. Do we have a curriculum for next year?
At this point, we haven't made any decisions about what's happening for next year.
So we might not have Better Together at all next year.
I think at this point, because Ms. Pullman was appointed interim superintendent, now these are decisions that have to be made, and we're going to have to work on what is the plan for next year.
Okay, because if we're including something in our LCAP goals around inclusive community, I'm very concerned about all of this work just disappearing that we've invested years in. Thank you.
Any other questions from trustees? I don't see anything. Thank you very much for the presentation. Take community comments now. I have 2 speakers in person, and I do not see anyone online. I'm going to close online comments and take the first in-person comment. Mr. Nelson.
Our is this working? Yes, our CFO is also our tech consultant. That's great. Yeah, here's a different way of looking at the data. This is just a copy of what you got sent, unfortunately, last night, last evening. Whoops. This is showing you all things having to do with 1.1, the academic goals, 1.1 and 1.2. And what it's showing is at the bottom is where we are now for all the different ones like ELA all and math all. And what it's showing is if you had a regular progression of meeting your goals, what this chart would look like. If each of these places where you have SED, ALL SED is only down to like 28%, and the goal is to get it up to here. If you had a regular procession of each year you were making it linearly up towards that goal, here's what your chart would look like after five years, okay? And as you can see here, there's a good old antelope diagram showing up, Asians, Hispanics, and whites. That's what those 2 things are for ELA and math. Well, guess what it looks like? When we actually look what the data looks like for the first 2 years, at the top, this lighter line is what the goals are. We're not expecting that much of ELAs unless it's white or Asians. But what this shows, these are 2 lines almost indistinguishable from each other, from where the baseline was and where the first year was. Across the board, you can hardly tell that we've made any improvement. And one of the things is this is really catastrophic for our SED and Hispanic populations because they're so far below meeting standards, so many of them, that this is a reason why we have showed up as one of the 20 lowest or one of the 20 highest academic gaps between whites and Hispanics or SED, if you want to think of it that way. So that's the story. That's the story when you look at the data, okay? It isn't a pretty story. Those gaps, we're not making progress across this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Next speaker is Ms. Sella.
Hi again. A couple of questions I have. So I have a student who's going through the renewal of the IEP process at Graham. I, as a parent, did not receive the LCAP survey request. And I'm wondering, was it just me or was it other parents with children with disabilities who haven't received it? And that kind of has me concerned. And I'd like the district to investigate that. My second concern is that the LCAP survey, when it's put out, is only put out to current parents. But really, we need to think about our students, our community's long-term student learning and achievement and education. And so I do think that in future years, starting next year, the LCAP survey should go to alumni families, should go to neighborhoods, because these are the families that send their children from our schools to Mountain View High School, Los Altos High School, and they see what kind of foundation their children got at Mountain View Westmont School District. They have a long-term experience with the school. They have long-term vision in terms of how their children have progressed. And I think that should also inform the direction that our community schools should take. So I think that's something that should be considered for the future LCAP surveys. One last comment about the committees. I think this is the third time I'm asking at a board meeting that please, when you have these committees, send them out to the neighborhood groups. They then send them out to the neighbors, and you can find people in the neighborhoods who are willing to serve on the equity committee or the board advisory committee or whatever it is. When you put it into a newsletter to parents who are busy with multiple children in schools and responsibilities, you're not necessarily going to find the people who are most able to serve on these committees with the vision that you want to have. And so I want to also just take a moment to thank Shelley and the other folks who sent out for example, the superintendent survey to the neighborhood groups. That's how I got it. So thank you for doing that. Now let's do it with all the committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Selleck. Do you have any comments from the board? Trustee Conley?
Thank you. You know, there's so much good work that's going on in the district right now. And I know we have some incredible principals who are working with their school site teams, our amazing teachers, our literacy team, and our district office staff who are supporting them in trying to make goals on the LCAP. Ms. Bauer, I'm frustrated with equity. I'm not frustrated with you. I think your work is incredible, and I've known that for years. I think with all of that going on, we had a rough fall. When I look back at previous years, so when I go back to 2023, the Equity Committee met. We were supposed to meet in September that year. I think that one might have gotten canceled, but then we met in October, which would have been before this recruitment process anyways, which is part of why I'm thrown off about this year. And I don't think this all sits with Director Pullman. This is also about the superintendent and leadership around making sure that this is ongoing work. But like I asked at the last meeting, I'm very concerned with what were the many different job responsibilities of the Director of Equity. If that position is disappearing, where are those responsibilities going and how is that work going to be carried out? And I don't think that that rests on Interim Principal Pullman. I think that that's a district level question. And so the Better Together initiative that we've had for years in the district, I think is high quality, and it does a lot to foster an inclusive environment where students feel a sense of belonging. And the idea that we haven't even worked on drafting something for next year and it might just disappear is tragic. The idea that an equity committee will just disappear because when I look at the communication, there was mentioned in 2 school newsletters. It wasn't even in a Mountains View, like the district level newsletter. It wasn't discussed at the board meeting. The equity committee that was pre-existing never got invites to actually attend in the fall. There are a lot of reasons why all that happened. And I don't, you know, that is just what happened. But I do firmly believe that there are people out in our community, teachers, parents, community members, who care about equity in our district and want to maintain this committee and want to maintain this work and participate in it. And it is going to take staff time to facilitate recruitment and to actually have meetings. It is going to take staff time to develop the Better Together monthly initiatives, the lesson plans that go out to teachers and activities, the newsletter, the items that go out about it. Like it does take staff time. And I don't want to lose sight of all of that. I also don't think we should just be waiting on principals to ask for anti-bias training for staff. I think it should be mandatory every year that our staff is getting training in multicultural education and anti-bias training. And that was one of the goals of trying to have so much focus on equity. I think that we should be getting updates to the board about how the initiative is going at Stevenson with the lottery. I understand it came in like a written board update, and there's a lot going on this year. But we need a staff member to own that and be able to present to the board about that, because there's still work to do there. As we had a public speaker point out earlier, there are still challenges in trying to foster a more economically integrated student population at Stevenson. And we also haven't looked at what did the equity scorecards show us across our school sites this year. I'd really like to know more about how we're progressing and closing gaps, and that's what the equity scorecard is aimed at. So I hope that we can find a way to not lose this foundational work, to not lose these community members who have engaged around this work for years, and to continue these programs moving forward.
Any other comments? I have a comment. I think it would be useful with this LCAP. You sort of outlined the expenditures on each of the goals. I would also like to know what personnel resources are devoted to accomplishing these goals. That would be sort of useful for me. It's not right now. Absolutely, definitely not right now. I just, I guess in the future, when these are presented, the next interim, because that's part, it's not only how much money is spent, right, right, how much staff and what levels, right, too, I think that would sort of help to understand whether things are right sized or not in a way. Just a comment. Anyone else? Done. Good. We are going to close this item and we'll move on to item 10E, financing options for purchasing land, and Dr. Westover will be presenting.
Good evening, trustees. Today is really just a brief introduction into what options are available. I'm sure we'll have many conversations over the next few months about this. So this is not intended to be a one-stop conversation. This will probably come back multiple times in multiple different iterations as we get an idea for where the board is at. So this is really just an introductory. We also have Chet Wang here from Kegent, who's going to talk through some of the options for COP. So of course, we always connect this back to our strategic plan that we have an equitable distribution of resources that support our students. So we'll talk about multiple options and or combinations. So these will be presented as you can pick and choose. So as the board discussed options, oh, I just said this. There's also the option of not purchasing the land. So remember, the board has the option not to move forward if it chooses. But something to keep in mind is that we do have a ground lease, which has a $1.9 million payment that is due with a 2 to 4% annual escalation in it. So these payments must be paid regardless of whether or not, if we purchase the land, we wouldn't be making these payments for the ground lease. So certificates of participation, or COPs. So these are financing tools that allow a school district to utilize a lease structure and borrow money for capital projects. This is a financing tool that was used to build Vargas and is not voted for by the public. As a school district, we utilized the certificate of participation when there's a specific revenue stream that can be tied to the capital project. Although COPs are different than a bond issuance, the mechanics of a COP issuance is very similar to bonds. And then I'll let Chet kind of talk through the different options.
Thank you, Dr. Westover, and good evening, trustees. Can everyone hear me okay? Thank you. So the next few slides will look at some scenarios for different hypothetical funding amounts ranging from $10 million to $30 million under different financing terms. You heard Dr. Westover mention that the district is currently paying about $1.9 million with an annual escalation factor. So we use that as a starting point to show some of these financing illustrations. On this slide 8 would be a $10 million financing, and I'll just draw your eyes to the very far right. You can see that the starting payment here, we did ratchet it a little bit lower from the 1.9 million, but if we start at a $1.7 million figure and escalate that up to about 2% a year, to generate $10 million in project funds would require a financing term of just around 7 years. And I'll go into the interest rates in a later slide as we compare the different scenarios. If we go into slide 9, you'll see a similar structure where we again start at $1.7 million, and using that same revenue stream in order to generate $20 million of project dollars, we would need to go from a 7-year financing term to now a 14-year financing term. And going into slide 10, a similar picture here. One more slide, please. Slide 10 is to generate $30 million, we would have to extend the term from the previous 14 years to 23 years now. So if we go into slide 11, this really will show the big picture here, and there's going to be a few themes. The less dollars that are needed, the shorter the financing term, since we're starting from the same $1.7 million, escalating 2% a year. Generally speaking, a shorter financing term comes at a lower interest cost than a longer financing term. And you'll see that a few lines down, there's a line that says TIC. That means the true interest cost, and that's if we only look at the interest rate on the financing, not looking at any of the financing costs. So under the $10 million, that would be 3%. $20 million would increase to about 3.5%. And the $30 million larger financing, longer financing, at about 4.17%. And I also have included another metric here called the AIC, which stands for all-inclusive costs. Very similar in concept to the APR, where all financing costs are included. And with a smaller, shorter financing, the fixed costs become more apparent. And so you'll see this $10 million financing has an APR or AIC of about 3.9%. But as you have a larger financing, those fixed costs become less of a component in the borrowing cost. So a $20 million all-inclusive cost is about 3.7%. And on a $30 million financing, about 4.25%. And you can see the at the very bottom there, the estimated debt service costs range anywhere from $11.1 million to $47 million. You might ask a question, why are the principal amounts not equal to the amount that's being financed? Generally, in the interest rate environment that we're in, some excess proceeds called premium are being generated, which will allow the district to lower that principal amount of borrowing, even though you are generating $10 million of proceeds. So, oh, thank you.
You have more? Did you have more?
No, thank you.
So some other options to talk through is current funding of Measure T and other sources. So looking at potential savings from current projects. So these are projects that are still underway, meaning we have not realized these savings, but this is what we anticipate our savings to be. Something to keep in mind with a lot of our bond projects is the billings. Some of these projects have already been completed, but it takes sometimes up to a year for the project to close out completely. So this is looking at current projects that we're waiting to close out: access control, the first phase, paving at Landals, which was finished last summer, painting at Crittenden and Graham, and windows and window coverings. So that's about $1.3 million that we anticipate that will come back to us. Or when I say come back, it didn't go out the door. This is just that it's been earmarked for these particular projects. Then looking at developer fees and capital outlay and project funds, we have developer fees, which can be utilized. So developer fees are typically used to house new students, but we can also use developer fees to extend the life of buildings for our future students that are coming in. So I'll touch on this in the next slide. For example, we couldn't use developer fees to purchase the land, but we could use developer fees to relieve about $9 million of Measure T funds. Measure T funds can then be used to purchase land. We also have an unrestricted, about $4 million, then some funds for the North Bayshore development. This was Sobrato funding that came in, and the state facility funding. So this state facility funding must be used for bond-like projects, and that's $2.7 million. So looking at possible Measure T projects that could be eliminated, we have outdoor learning, something that was on the consent agenda today was Vargas Phase 2, which was awarded, so this number would be slightly lower. The covered walkway at Castro, projectors upgrades at our school sites. We have a program contingency that we can reduce. So early in the bond program, we had a larger program contingency in order to account for unforeseen circumstances. Since we're getting near the end of our bond program, we can reduce that contingency. So a point for clarification, for every project we have a project contingency. So for our roofing project, there's a project contingency for roofing. We also have a program contingency, meaning the entire Measure T. So just because we're reducing the program contingency, we still have contingency built in within each project. We also have district unallocated. So these funds were recovered from the access control Phase 2. And we have our roofing project. So this is going back to what we discussed on the previous slide, is we could use those developer fees to alleviate the burden on Measure T, thus giving us $9 million. So this brings us to questions and discussion. Chet, if you wish, you may turn off your camera so you're not larger than life in here.
Yep.
I want to, if I make a comment that before we have questions, just to sort of frame why we're doing this, I think
sure
was missing from the beginning, is that why are we even talking about this today? Okay. And the reason is because we did not have, well, I'm going to go out a little bit. Question, could you please explain that then?
Yes.
Be formal.
We're having this discussion today because at the last board meeting, the board approved an option to purchase the land, to investigate if we could purchase the land that's understaffed housing. This option was not available to the district when the initial agreement was entered with MVO. They did not want to sell the land after requesting multiple times, could we purchase the land? So now that option is available to the district. So the board can explore if it would like to purchase the land under staff housing. Benefits to purchasing the land under staff housing is we own the land. Depending on how the board chooses to finance it, it could give us more flexibility in what we charge for rent. It also can reduce the risk to the district. So a hypothetical scenario could be that the board chooses to fund some of the land through monies that the district already has. That means it reduces, if we think of it as a payment. So if you do partial COP, partial funding from our own funds, it reduces what the payment would be. So if leases come in and we're not leased to the value that we think we will be, there's not a danger to the general fund. So there's multiple different variables depending on how the board chooses to finance it.
Could you explain when the pro forma you worked up, how much are we currently paying for the ground lease and will be paying for the ground lease if we do not purchase the land?
So yearly, we're paying $1.9 million for the ground lease, which will escalate 2 to 4% based on CPI.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Henry.
Just a couple of kind of just timing questions to wrap my brain around. I know one of the trustee questions from one of my colleagues was how long it takes to get a COP, and the answer was 45 to 60 days. And I know our option to purchase, we would need to close within 20 days of exercising the option, right? So where in the process would we need to make it, if we were wanting to do a COP, for example, when would we have needed to have made that decision?
I would advise prior to exercising your option, because you don't want to be in a position where you've exercised the option, because once you exercise the option, there's teeth in the agreement. So this piece would come after we enter negotiations with MVO and determine what the final sale price is of the land. And then to your question about timing, I know there was a couple other questions about could we go out for a bond? Because of the timing, a bond would not be applicable for us. You could choose to do a COP and then go out for a bond to try to repay the COP, depending on what type of, so the $10 million COP is non-callable, but there's other ways we can kind of, let's not talk about that yet.
But it would be if it's like 60 days to get it to closing on a COP, we would need to basically decide at least 40 days before we exercise the option. If it's a 20-day close on between the exercising the option and I guess I'm just saying we would need to have decided kind of and kicked off that process well in advance of like actually exercising.
In fact, I'm hoping that we back it up even more so we're not up against that deadline.
And then related question, and I'm sure this answer is in something I've seen, but I didn't think of it in these same terms before. On our bond, would we need to sell bonds? Would there be a lead time on that too?
No, for our current Measure T funds, we've actually issued all of the bonds.
Trustee DeFazio.
So just to get the contours of this, if for the COP, right, we're gonna have to start early if we chose to do that. Are there any downsides to or upsides either way of allocating more money through a COP than we maybe can do a better mix as we choose like Measure T programs or do that funding mix? Is it something where we would be in a worse position if we have to prepay them in some way, or I don't know the details of how COPs work.
Yeah, so I think ultimately it's about what the board would like to do. With a COP, the district would still be repaying on it yearly. So that is also a consideration, is that you want to make sure that there is a revenue stream to pay that COP. If you use Measure T funds or pull it from other funding sources, there's no repayment. The board could choose to decide to say, we're going to use some of our of our unrestricted funds and say, over time, the leases will pay back that fund in the district. So we would be paying back ourselves, but let's say the district was, the revenue coming in from the leases was low that month or that year. Instead of having to pull it from the general fund, we would just tell ourselves we'll pay a little bit more the next year when there's more lease revenue coming in. So less risk from using our own funding sources than using a COP.
Trustee Conley?
Thank you. There are a lot of really great questions that trustees submitted ahead of time, so I highly recommend that the public view those questions online. I wanted to ask kind of some nitty-gritty questions. Is it fair to assume that the Series C issuance of our bonds at the 3.6% rate is the bonds that would be used for Measure T remaining projects?
Yes,
Okay.
the majority of them.
Yep. And then when we look at having to secure the COP against a revenue stream, can we use the rents of the housing project as that revenue stream that is used to secure the COP?
So typically, and I'll let Chet jump in here too, but typically we would use one of our sites as to secure the COP.
So we would secure it against lease revenue at, and
So
I
that's
saw
would be
that.
how we would pay for it, but it would be secured against one of our properties. So hypothetically, if we were not to be able to pay the COP and we couldn't take it out of the general fund, I don't anticipate this happening.
Would we secure it against Cooper Park?
I believe so. Chet?
Okay, interesting.
If I may just chime in to answer the earlier question, COP is repaid from any district funds, whether it's general fund or the collection of lease payments. So that could be a source of repayment for the COP financing.
Do we have to identify, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, it seemed from the way the questions were answered that we have to identify something to secure the COP that's a revenue stream, or is it just collateral?
The security, so that's a two-part question, and that's a great question. So with any lease financing, the district would need a collateral site to create the financing lease mechanism. That's separate and apart from the repayment source. And so the district would not need to say, this is our dedicated source of repayment and our only source of repayment. It really is any available district funds that could service the repayment of principal and interest.
Okay, and when we're looking at the COP and the examples that you've given, it's all built around using the lease payments from, sorry, the rental payments at the workforce housing project to repay those.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
And that's just one way of looking at it. If you, I'm going to make it up. If you were to say we wanted to do a standard 30-year financing with equal annual payments, there's a multitude of ways where a COP financing could be structured.
Okay, thank you. And then I want to talk about construction costs. Because when we look at Measure T funds, those are bond funds that are issued for construction. At least our remaining projects are all construction-oriented projects. And, you know, I asked in a previous meeting about what we've seen in terms of year-over-year escalation in construction costs. And so we talked about this back when we talked about the option to purchase. I think that was the item that it was discussed at. And so last year, construction costs escalated 2.3%. The 2 years before, it was over 9% each year. In 2021, it was 13.4%. And then according to the answers and the questions online, according to engineering and news reports, they're predicting something like 5 to 7% for 2025. And so I submitted some tables that laid out what would it look like to have a 4% escalation over 10 years? What would it look like to have an 8% escalation over 10 years? And I did ask, do these tables make sense? And that wasn't answered.
I'm sorry, I thought it was rhetorical.
Oh, no, I was asking if the numbers made sense.
Yes, they make sense.
Okay, so when we compare, if we were to look at a 3.6% interest rate on the bond. And I know, Chet, I believe you answered in the questions that there was a question about what does it cost taxpayers? And the response was, well, the COP is paid out of district funds, so it doesn't cost taxpayers in the same way that the bond does. But it's all taxpayer money at the end of the day. Like, it's a wash. It's all taxpayer money. If the bond is 3.6%, and let's take the biggest COP here, let's take the 30 million one, and that's 4.25%. But then we add escalating construction costs of 4% a year if we use those Measure T funds that are for construction, and we're putting off that actual construction. In 10 years, just not including, the interest rate, just looking at a 4% construction increase, thank you for your confirmation about the table, that's escalating our costs from 36 million for those remaining projects to over 45 million. Well, it gets up to 51 million for the remaining projects, which basically means we lose about 30 cents on the dollar after 10 years of that bond money. Is it correct that using Measure T bonds in the long run is going to cost taxpayers more money because of escalating construction costs on top of interest rates than a COP would?
I think everything you stated is correct. I think it depends on how you look at it too. So taking out a COP typically has a slightly higher interest rate than bond funds do. But in terms of construction, doing construction now versus later, it's always better to do construction as fast as you can if you know you're going to do it and you have the funds, because the escalation over time, just like we saw with Measure T, because we hit the ground really fast. Even during COVID, we had huge savings because we were able to get the projects done so quickly.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Then I will take public comment. Okay, I have 5 cards in front of me, and I have 4 speakers online. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in public or online? Okay, I'm going to close public comment right now, and we'll start with the in-person speakers. Yes.
Can we verify, does everyone still want to speak all right. Change order, so.
Okay.
Maybe for discussion later, if there's something on the Measure T list that you want us to hold on, not cancel, but meaning that we're not going to be bringing contracts to the next board. So for example, for projectors, this is something we can easily do over the summer. It's not time intensive or time sensitive, meaning we can hold several meetings, several months, and still be able to do it during the summer. So if you say hold on this one, you're not saying cancel it. You're saying just hold on it for now. Other projects on that list, if you have questions, I can tell you if it's a timing issue or if you can say hold for a couple of months and you'd be okay. If that's what you would like to direct staff to do.
A question, just Trustee DeFazio.
One last question. I just wanted to make sure, because I think you covered it in the presentation, but I wanted to be clear about it. We had one contract that we had a couple for Measure T funds that we approved in the consent agenda, but those are now considered spent, right? Like, that's not something that would be an option for us to.
Yes. And I guess it's in the same meeting, so you could retract it, but yes, those are considered spent.
And apologies, I had one last question. Just to verify, to change Measure T projects, which in a sense is one of the options on the table, takes a supermajority vote of the board. It takes 4 to vote to change the Measure T projects as opposed to a simple majority of 3.
That's correct.
Thank you.
First speaker, Ms. Bourget.
Hello again. Good evening. I'm here representing Jose Antonio Vargas Elementary School. My comment is in no means against any teacher housing. We have lots of teachers that are very excited about this. So it is not against it. It's just to preserve the funding for greening. And my understanding is that you guys generously passed the phase 2 for Vargas greening for our school, and we are very thankful. And I'm sure you received our petition of about 225 teachers, parents, and community members that had just submitted late last night before you guys voted for phase 2 on our behalf. So we are very grateful. Right now, a lot of our parents wish that they were here, but we had our school dance, and it's the first for a lot of our kids and for our school in general. So I'm sure a lot of the parents are now home tired watching their kids, hopefully going to sleep. But I'm here to express our strong and enthusiastic support for the Vargas Outdoor Learning and Greening Initiative funded by Measure T, which again, you voted for phase 2. And we are very eager to see construction begin, which also means, you know, like over the past 4 days, we've gathered hundreds of signatures and we've had overwhelming support for these plan improvements. And we reviewed the proposed plans, and our children are incredibly excited about the prospect of outdoor seating, vibrant colored pavements, trees and plants for shade, and a therapeutic sensory space and labyrinth. Even community members who use the campus after school hours are looking forward to these enhancements and, you know, for bringing their children over the summer to enjoy the improvements. The Vargas community is deeply invested in this project, and we believe this it will significantly enhance our children's learning environment, well-being, and connection to nature. We are a community that hopes the board will stay committed. Do not rescind this, please, this meeting, for our school and see this project through to completion. We appreciate the board's time and dedication to this initiative, and we are confident that by working together, we can ensure that these vital improvements become a reality for the students at Vargas and for other schools who are hoping to get their greening initiative started as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Kincaid.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Jenna Kincaid. I'm a parent at Stevenson. And like we just heard at Vargas, we at Stevenson also love the Outdoor Learning Initiative. We are so excited to get started. Our students want shade. They want more places to play at recess, calm learning spaces, sensory gardens. And we're so excited to have seen the preliminary plans and provided a ton of input on that back in December. I guess I'm here because I'm one of 100 or more parents who signed a letter that was sent to all of you voicing our support for outdoor learning, and a little concerned that to see it on a slide where it says it's up for elimination. Like we also support, I support staff housing, of course, but I love outdoor learning, and I see this as both, and and it's just kind of saddens me that this could be on the table for elimination or pausing. I think we heard that too, that if we were to delay or pause, construction costs would just rise too, and that could also mean our students would be getting less. So on top of that, I also want to ask all of you for some transparency around this. Outdoor learning wasn't on the agenda tonight. We were excited to see, as far as I know, just the plans come in March for a vote before you. We're not expecting to see this like in a table buried in a presentation, that now this project that we're so excited about is being considered for defunding or pausing or something else. I don't think parents should have to dig through presentations or hear in strange ways that this is a possibility for us. We want to hear it from you so we can gather signatures, write letters, come and talk to you. If I had a little more time to organize, I would have brought some of our kids with me. I would have brought my daughter, although this is past her bedtime, and it would have been a different setting in here. But I think you should hear from them, and this should be a public discussion about what matters to our community, why we want outdoor learning, and hearing diverse voices from all of our schools. Stevenson and Vargas, of course, we have very little shade and green space, but I think all of our schools deserve this initiative and deserve a chance to come like we came today and talk to you about why this matters and plead with you to like leave the funding, find a way, we can do it. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker is Xanthus.
friends. It is past my bedtime too. So I'm gonna try really hard not to yawn. Thank you for this opportunity to come talk. So thank you for continuing to support all of our schools in the school district. My name is Clarissa Xantis. I'm a parent at Jose Antonio Vargas and a substitute teacher for the district. I've had the unique experience of visiting many of the campuses in the school district besides the one that my son attends. At Vargas, we have an amazing community that places the importance of inclusivity and caring for each other. There are parents, excuse me, there are parent volunteers that go above and beyond what is required and organize things like cleaning up the trash on our campus that the wind is blown that our janitor is not able to get to. We're delighted to be awarded the honor of receiving the greening project when it was initially approved. And with our greening index of shaded areas on campus being at a low 7% of the total campus, it's one of the lowest in the districts, and we have a huge need to gain equity within our campus for greening. The greening will support the academics and the learning of our young minds. It will provide relief from the hot sun, improve student well-being, enhance community building. I encourage the board to continue to honor the hard work and planning that has already been approved in its original form with the original budget and proceed with the greener project at Vargas, as well as continue on to the other campuses that are also in need of these benefits. Please find a way to take care of both our teachers and not take the Measure T money away from our greening at Vargas.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Thadani.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all. My name is Reshma Thadani, and I'm here to talk to you as a parent of 2 children who attend Vargas, but I'm also a pediatrician and I bring my medical knowledge. The implementation of greening and outdoor learning is vital for Vargas and other schools in the district. As you've heard, we have one of the lowest greening scores, and that to me is an equity issue. It's what I do every day. I take care of children from immigrant communities who are new to this country. So every day I'm fighting equity issues. Greening spaces offer numerous benefits, particularly in enhancing classroom learning through hands-on education. Green areas play a crucial role in both the physical and mental health of children. Research has shown that spending time in nature can reduce stress and restore attention. When children are less stressed and more focused, they become more engaged in the classroom, and this leads to improved educational outcomes and a reduction in classroom behavior challenges. In my medical practice, I frequently prescribe time in nature for children facing learning differences, anxiety, and depression, or kids who are just simply having a bad day. The positive effects of nature on children's well-being cannot be overstated. Furthermore, as our climate becomes hotter, it is essential to provide safe outdoor play environments for children. Shaded structures are necessary to mitigate the effects of hotter weather. Children need to play. They need to be outside. They cannot be within 4 walls the entire day, but we must do this safely. I urge the board to continue moving forward with the greening initiatives and the outdoor learning spaces. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ms. Selleck.
Hi. Thanks first to these parents for speaking up on what matters for them. I appreciate when new parents get involved. Thank you also to Dr. Westover for explaining that COPs, certificates of participation, unlike bonds, are, quote, not voted for by the public. However, as she explained, they can be paid in full by a new bond. That's partially what Measure T money was used for. The other part of that, she said, was other funding sources, the General Education Fund, which is taking funds directly out of the hands of our students, directly out of the mouths of our students. Somebody asked a question, how much of rents are needed to be able to fund part of this? And then I learned something new tonight, that the school site would have to be used to secure a COP, a school property. And Dr. Westover mentioned just now, and I want to repeat that, it would be the Cooper Park, which is just what the community protested against initially when they tried to start a district-sponsored housing project years ago. So it all comes full circle. It's frustrating. I guess I'm asking, where will the district get the extra 1.6 million to 2.5 million per year to pay back this loan? Will it come from the unrestricted general education fund, or should the taxpayers expect another school bond to appear in an upcoming election? Where will the $10 to $30 million amount come from? And how do we even know that that's the right amount? Where do the interest rates come from? Could you please provide the sources of these data? Are these interest rates realistic, or are they hypothetical? What about the option of trying to sell the building? Was there any research done into this option as well? This whole purchase would add even more debt into our 20-something year bond liability. If things go south and a new bond is not able to be procured, or you have to get rid of Cooper Park to cover the COP, is there a chance of bankruptcy for our district? What are the bad scenarios, right? This is one of those things that's just eating more and more money and more time and more of your attention away from what we should be focusing on, educating our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Selleck. I now will take the online speakers. First is Ms. Dillon.
Hello. So, I mean, this has been a pretty confusing topic to follow because I think we were talking about purchase options for the land under the subsidized housing. And you had parents show up who are not the usual parents that show up and speak on this. And they perceive this as taking away their greening from Measure T. Like, again, it goes to my other comment earlier, that's look at what you are spending the board time speaking about. And so little of it is about what's actually happening in the classroom to help kids learn. This topic is about financing a purchase of land that is just a deep hole that we keep digging deeper, and parents saying, but don't take away my outdoor learning. Like, it's just unfathomable, the mess that we're in. And I really thought with new board members, like maybe in a new super, we'd be in a different direction, but nope. We're still on the train of, let's just spend money that's, I would just ask you guys, if this was your house and you were talking about like financing options for a mortgage, is this how cavalier you'd treat it? Would you look at these slides that like haven't been, don't have pivot tables and aren't data referenced? Is this how you would finance your own house? Because it feels like the money, the millions of dollars that are thrown around in discussion here and then decisions are made, it's unfathomable to me. I would really like to see this board pivot towards most of the energy and discussion is around how do we support our teachers? How do we, not through housing, because that's a totally secondary thing, to actually just paying them right, giving them what they need in the classroom, and supporting the kids and the parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon. Next speaker is Ms. Van Zant.
Hello, trustees. My name is Sierra Van Zant, and I'm the Executive Director for Living Classroom, the primary community-based partner with the Mountain View Westman School District, providing garden-based lessons and garden maintenance to each school in the district. One of the possible areas listed to draw funds is from the Outdoor Learning Spaces Plan. And so, as you've heard from many parents already in public comments tonight, I am here also chiming in to voice strong support for keeping the existing budget allocation for the district-wide outdoor learning spaces plans and to seek other funding sources to purchase the land beneath the district employee housing. Thank you, Dr. Westover, for the presentation outlining that there are many options and other areas where we could possibly draw funding for the land financing. In terms of the outdoor learning spaces plan, there's been extensive collaboration and support for this plan, for the learning spaces and greening plan. And we are now at a very exciting point in time of getting to collaborate with and provide feedback and suggestions to Carducci and Associates, the architects responsible for designing the greening plans for each campus. When these plans are implemented, they will provide larger learning gardens and native habitats, nature play areas, small group gathering spaces, and tree cover. The plans will allow for more access to garden spaces and outdoor classrooms for students to learn and play and grow. Many of the existing native habitat and edible gardens at each campus that Living Classroom manages will be expanded upon, allowing full groups to gather in the garden spaces and partake in various lessons and activities. The plans include wonderful upgrades to the greening of each campus that will make the spaces even more usable and enjoyable for students, staff, and community members alike. The impact that these gardens and outdoor learning plans will have on students is truly incredible. The benefits are numerous, including the positive mental health benefits and social emotional learning through their regular access to natural spaces. Like we heard from the parent who spoke earlier, who's a pediatrician who shared these things. The increased knowledge of nutritious foods that students will have by participating in planting, harvesting, preparing, and tasting. And a better understanding of academic concepts through hands-on and relevant experiences to apply their knowledge and skills. So I appreciate you all for discussing alternatives to funding the land purchase so we can keep the funding for the outdoor learning spaces and greening plan intact, and it can continue to move forward in implementation. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Van Zandt. The next and last speaker is Mr. Garanathan.
Thank you, President Lambert. So I want to repeat a question that was asked by Ms. Chelik, and that is about the interest rates. Where did these interest rates that were quoted by the gentleman from Kegent, where did the rates come from? Are they real rates or realistic or just hypothetical? So that would be helpful to know the source of those rates. And while you are thinking of all sorts of creative options to finance the purchasing of land, and I do recognize and appreciate that you're looking at various options and trying to think outside the box, why not at least explore the idea of trying to find a buyer for the building and not buying the land and selling the building? Now, I have no idea whether that is practical or not, but as far as I know, the district is not planning to even investigate that option. And my question is, why not? If you're looking at all the options and trying to think outside the box, why not at least do a little bit of due diligence to see if that could be a viable solution to this problem? So I just want to put that out there as food for thought. I hope you give it some consideration. And thanks for hearing my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Garanathan. Okay, now I take comments from the board. Trustee Conley.
I have further comments to make, but I want to be clear. I brought up the question about Cooper Park which is actually the Eunice school site, because I was curious about, does it have to be, when Dr. Westover was saying it has to be secured against a school, does it mean one of our current neighborhood schools, or could it be Slater or Wisman or Sylvan or the Eunice site? We have multiple properties in the district that aren't currently active schools, but we own the land and the buildings on them. And so that was that question. It was not, you know, for the public, it was not a suggestion that we go and do that. It was trying to understand what the boundaries are on that. Looking at our reporter in here, I'm happy to answer any questions about that later. But I'll let other trustees make comments, then I have comments to add.
Trustee Henry?
I think a couple of thoughts. One, I hear a lot of comments about not wanting us to have to be constantly talking about the housing project. And I think we don't want to be constantly talking about the housing project. We want to get this solved. I personally can't foresee a scenario where somebody wants to buy an already constructed building on a ground lease. But maybe that's a thing to ask a question about. But for right now, for this evening, we have an option to purchase this land, and our task is to figure out what financing options we want to explore, right? We're not making any decisions, we're seeing what the board thinks. For me, I look at the pie chart back from 2020 of the portion of Measure T that staff housing was supposed to be, and it's already gone like this. And putting Measure T money into the land, not knowing yet what the purchase price will be, because that's to come, but already having $85 to $89 million in this building, you know, we're creeping up into that going even higher as a percentage. So for me, there's some really good things that have already been approved to be paid for with Measure T money. There are other things that were in the bond, you know, language, that are other things out there. I don't want to eliminate those things. I personally am not interested in spending Measure T money on land and eliminating projects. And I know that there's the list in this presentation of potential things that could be paused or eliminated from Measure T to put money into this purchase. And that's how I think, you know, we started hearing from people about outdoor learning and the specific things that were on that list. I think I definitely would not want this conversation tonight to be sort of a indirect way of eliminating some things on Measure T. I think if the board is interested in revisiting that list, if there are board members who want to do that, I think we should have that as a separate agenda item, a different time, and not sort of like backdoor into eliminating some Measure T things. I am very interested in learning more on the different scenarios for COPs. You know, the potential for this security requirement, what the options are, things like that, what the interest rates look like versus the future revenue stream, that kind of stuff that I know would come in future conversations about this.
Trustee DeFazio?
So I think generally I'm glad that we're having this kind of discussion for what are our options here where we're at, like what are the funding sources we can use, what are the ways we can, you know, if we choose to exercise the option to purchase, like what can we do, right? Like a lot of that is probably going to come down to what the actual price is that we think is there, but it's useful to have a range that we can figure out what's available to us and what we can do. I think to Trustee Henry's point, I think having the discussions around Measure T projects specifically, I think would deserve their own agenda item, because, you know, we don't want folks to be, like we heard from the public, surprised that things might be on the chopping block as it was perceived, right? Like we want people to be able to actually engage this, right? And I think that's been one of the good things about getting a variety of public feedback on this, is that's the way we figure out what the priorities for the community are, what people care about. Like it's messy, it's democracy, it's government, it's kind of messy, but like without hearing from people, we won't know that. We can make our best judgment and we can kind of take all of that into account. So yeah, I think that's just my discussion right now.
Piggyback off that, our inboxes as well as the boardroom filled with new faces and names, which it's always nice to get a different perspective of what's going on and kind of feel things out. I want to thank Dr. Westover for providing us all the options. And I think that's what this was supposed to be about. It's not, hey, we want to direct you in some way. This is every possible way we could get some kind of funding from anywhere within our district. And now it's up to us to have that discussion. So getting input on what's important from the community has been super helpful for us to try to figure out, okay, how can we accommodate what the community wants and still try to come up with the money if we choose to exercise this option. So this is really just our first look at what our options are, and now moving forward based on what people have spoken up about or emailed us about or talked to us in person about. Now we can try to think of those as our priorities and how we sift through all of these potential future funding sources.
Like to make comments? Go
I
ahead.
have further comments unless you'd like to
I do-
comment.
I,
first.
go ahead, you had it, and I'll finish up.
Okay. Well, I think a few things. So we received over 40 emails about this. Some of those included letters, signatures with hundreds of parents writing in, and over 40 emails in support of maintaining our open spaces and outdoor learning project. And some of those emails, they weren't just those letters, the ones that we talked about tonight, but there were ones with groups of 8 or 13 or an entire PTA executive board. We heard from almost every single school site in our district. There is a huge amount of community time that has gone into the outdoor learning project over the years. And I think people were really surprised that it's something that could be removed or paused or halted. And frankly, I brought up questions at a previous board meeting because we were approving Measure T expenditures, knowing that we were going to have this conversation. And Carducci was supposed to be getting public input on the open spaces project in January, and we were supposed to see plans on February 13th. But apparently that didn't happen. They talked with the Living Classrooms ED, I believe, and were part of a meeting with the city, but they were not at school sites getting final input on the designs. So I am worried that this is a project that is quietly being slowed down because the board could cut it. And I think firmly that we should not be halting our Measure T expenditures. These are funds that we've allocated to school sites across the community, including things like the Castro walkways. We got people who wrote in as well about doing the covered walkways at Castro. And we're just going to lose money. We'll lose our ability to actually be able to complete these projects in the future if we use that Measure T funding now for the land instead. But I'm not in favor of pausing any of these projects. We need to keep moving forward because those construction costs escalate, and they escalate at a rate that is higher than the interest rate on a COP or the interest rate on the Series C bonds. We may as well put money on the floor in the boardroom and light it on fire. And so, I really want to honor all of the people who stepped up for outdoor learning in our community. And I want to recognize that this is something that has support district-wide.
I'll make my comments. When I saw the pro forma for the teacher housing project, the break-even point assumed 90% occupancy. That seemed to be a very slim margin of error. In fact, it provided no margin of error. That concerned me because the board already had approved several $100,000 of general funds to help pay the bills for the teacher housing. So when I learned that the opportunity has come up to purchase the land, I thought this is a great opportunity. And it may not happen again if we don't use this now. What purchasing the land will do will be to give us a lot of flexibility with how we fund this project going forward or manage the project going forward. and protect us or protect the general fund from, any incursions if we don't get 90% occupancy or if other unanticipated expenses come up. So there are, as Dr. Westover pointed out, there are many options for this. And I'm good at some things, but I'm not a real estate expert and I'm not a real estate investor. I am not qualified to make decisions about whether to use funds that we have on hand, whether to make COP, what assets the school district has to make those decisions, how long, what rates, what kind of bond. And I don't have the information that convinces me that somebody has gone through holistically and looked at how we are going to basically purchase this land now and protect the district going forward. It's long overdue for the district to hire real estate investment experts, advisors, a team of people who are looking at this project, have experience in affordable housing, can negotiate and deal as professionals with all of the stakeholders we have in this process, and to properly properly and adequately advise the board and the district on the decisions that they should be making to achieve the goals. And at the end of the day, this is all about protecting our general fund and helping the kids, okay? And I agree wholeheartedly that, won't go into this, that we have spent way too much time as a board and as staff dealing with this housing project. Having retaining an advisory group to manage this, to me, is imperative, and to do it right and to properly advise us. I would also, if there's any way, I don't see it happening. Well, it's not going to happen immediately, but as a longer term project, I would really like to see the teacher housing project completely financially separated from the rest of the school district. In fact, I'm really shocked in a way that the state of California allows something like this to happen, because this is a new kind of thing, and it seems to me that it just puts our financial position at risk. So I can see purchasing the land with our existing funds from Measure T. I can see, I'm not convinced it can be done with COPs, but let's say for argument it can be. I think there can be a combination of things, but how that is exactly done, we need the proper advice. And I think the time is now to do that, okay? And it's not diminishing the efforts that the board and previous boards and the staff have put into this over the last 8 years, but this is a $100 million project going onward. We need to treat this seriously, and we can't have personally, I'm not going to run this. I'm not going to make decisions as an amateur, that have such a huge financial impact on the district. So that's my position. I think this is a discussion going forward. I would like to see the proper expert team, identified and advise the district. And we sort of need to do that pretty fast. Thank
you. Yeah, I think in the interest of at least adding more constructive to my previous comments, I think it seems plausible to me that we would probably want a mix of both of these because I think, that seems reasonable to explore. And then additionally, I think some of the, I think it was in the questions also about timing for projects, and basically I'd like to see line that up with the time frame for exercising the option, like with the COPs, we have to start at certain dates, looking towards that, and then working towards which projects, if we delay them, will actually take longer if we do them versus which ones we're already not planning on doing them immediately and things like that. It gives us just more flexibility. So I think that's the kind of thing that I'd like to see.
So I want to point to some of the information that's provided here. The developer fees and capital outlay project fund generates about $17 million without touching Measure T. So I would be comfortable using that, but I think a COP is the partner to that. Again, I'm not interested in pausing Measure T. When we talk about the teacher housing project, so one of the things that there's a 90% occupancy rate in the pro forma for the teacher housing project. And so that's basically what we use to generate how much rent income we expect to have from the project. And, when we talk about risk, I think we always have to weigh what's the worst case scenario, what's the best case scenario. Sometimes there's something in the middle is probably where we'll end up. But the thing that is very smart about how the teacher housing or I'm going to use workforce housing because it's not just teachers, it's workforce housing, which is incredibly important, about how it's organized is that we have a waterfall provision within the priorities for who gets to rent there. And that waterfall provision says, if for some reason this year, in any given year, we don't have 123 of our own staff members to rent that site, what do we do? The first step in the waterfall provision is to open up those units to applicants from the Mountain View Los Altos High School District or the Los Altos School District, because the same taxpayers that voted on and paid for the workforce housing project in Mountain View, those taxpayers are residents and are served by, many of them by the Mountain View Los Altos School District. And then we also have Mountain View residents who might not be within our district, but who attend the Los Altos School District. So it would still be serving teachers within our immediate community. And eventually, I think Foothill De Anza is included as well, if I'm correct. Are they in the waterfall?
No, they're not.
Okay. So then eventually, if for some reason, let's say, worst case scenario, we weren't able to get enough workforce applicants from those districts, we can open it up as affordable housing to the broader public. That would fill up in a heartbeat. There are huge wait lists for affordable housing. Now, when we take a look at the financial risk of this site, I don't think we're going to get into a position where we can't fill our units because we have provisions within the way we've structured the governance of it that make it possible to fill the units. I do see filling the units with all of our own workforce as a long-term project. So we have, I think it's 34 units are already taken. We have 21 people in the application process right now. They're filling out paperwork. We have more people making appointments to start their paperwork because it's a pretty complex process to go through all of the affordable housing requirements. But we're going to have new hires. We're entering hiring season in the next few months to hire for next school year. We always see turnover at every level. This is an expensive place to live. There's a lot of movement and education. There's a lot of factors. So I want us to still have units available on July 1st for new employees that are coming to our district. I don't want everything to be locked up by then. And then if we have to fill in gaps, we have set a cap so that if you're not from our school district, you can only be there for 2 years. And that means that we might fill in gaps with people from the waterfall provision, tenants from the waterfall provision who are there for 2 years, but then they start to cycle out. And so by the time, I've talked to some other school districts, there's actually school districts all over the state who have done this, and there are more and more who are entering the pipeline now. There's a California School Boards Association working group on this. There's a whole bunch of districts getting training and exploring how to do this in their own community. And what I hear from other districts is they have wait lists. Like people who have had, districts who have had this in place for a long time have wait lists for those spots. But if we are able to fill our gaps right now with waterfall provision tenants, then that gives us the opportunity, as more people come to our district over time, to actually have those spots be available while always maintaining the revenue stream that we need to either pay off a COP, to pay back these funds if we use them, the capital outlay project funds and developer fees. So, you know, I just want to put that out there for the public. I don't want people to feel panicked that there are, you know, very clear ways to do this, and also to build. I see it taking 5 to 10 years to take up all 123 units. I don't see it happening in year one. And then another piece of this is looking at the timeline. So if we do, let's just say, to be comfortable, we want to do 60 days before the June 30th cutoff for the option to purchase. I don't want to mess with that 20-day escrow. Like if we're getting, if we're that up close to the end, let's say we just go 60 days to get a COP between the option to purchase date and when we need to do it. It's probably around April 1st, which means we have 2 board meetings to figure this out in March. That's it. We have 2 board meetings, unless we do some special meetings in between, but we already have some special meetings for the superintendent search as well. So while I appreciate some of the trustees kind of not taking a stance on how they want to pursue this yet, you're going to have to take a position really quickly because we don't have a lot of time. I also think that if we're looking at trying to get if we want a COP in any format, getting that started by April 1st, we're not going to have time to find some expert unicorn organization that's going to come in and tell us what to do. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't pursue looking for real estate assistance down the line, or starting that process. But I find it hard to believe that in 45 days, we're going to not only have found and hired someone, especially because we would have to go through an RFP process, but that then we would be able to execute a COP in time to actually be able to close on the property. And Dr. Westover, I don't know if that timeline is realistic or not that I was listing. And for hiring an outside contractor like this, we would need an RFP process, right? Because it's construction related, or just in general?
This would be considered professional services because they're advising the board.
Okay.
We do have a contract with Dominic Dutra, who advised the board initially when we started with the staff housing. So they are on board and can provide some assistance in terms of real estate. I think what Trustee Lambert was requesting was kind of like a full service firm that could do it all, is what I was hearing. And that piece, I don't know if it exists, specifically because this is so unique between school district. It's not just real estate. I think Dominic Dutra can definitely advise on the real estate aspects of it, but we also need to pull in groups like Kegent to help us with the financing, because it's different than a private citizen. So I think it's a combination of different people advising the district.
Thank you.
I don't know why, ever since I came on this board, every time we do something with teacher housing, it's always a rush. Everything is imminent, okay? Everything is too late, okay? I'm sorry, this is just, it's not the way to do business, okay? And, if we have to double down and get this resolved in a couple of months, we got to do it, right? Because this is, we can't be operating in rush mode, making decisions that basically commit the district finances to certain paths and things like that without knowing the consequences fully. I certainly don't know what all those are. I need the advice to make the decision. I mean, honestly, I will just abstain, at this stage, because I'm not going to be rushed into anything. I'm going to do something either thoughtful or I'm not going to do it. And yeah, I will, personally, I will do my best to try to reach out, find opportunities for sort of this team of people looking for. But right now, we seem to be having experts, a little expert over here, an expert there, expert there. We bring them in when we need them. But we need to think about this project and the district finances all together. And it's a district finances. This is a huge project, right? And it's going to be with us for, you know, at least 55 years. It could be 75 years. So the decisions we make now are going to impact what happens in the future. So we need to do it right or not do it at all.
Let me say something. So this is the start of a conversation, right? We're in the complicated circumstances with this teacher housing project. We thought it was important to bring all of the financial options in front of the board and therefore in front of the public, right? So we understand what we have at our disposal, right? What we have to use to help solve this problem. Doesn't mean we're going to use everything up there. Clearly we're not, because there's far in excess of what we think we need in our financials. But we do have to have the beginning of the conversation, and we started it tonight. It will keep coming back. This was purely informational, as we all know, but I think it was the right thing to do for the board to open this up and begin having that conversation.
Just one final comment about, I mean, we did receive a lot of comments, and it sort of goes off into, you know, the issue today is how do we pay for the ground lease? Okay, but it went off into other directions. And whatever we do and however we pay for the ground lease, if that's what we decide to do, all these other projects can be funded in different ways. Okay, so it doesn't, decision to pay the ground lease, for example, with Measure T funds, doesn't mean that we won't be able to find other ways to financing other projects. Okay, so, you know, we always deal with that in the school district. I mean, that's, you know, we have limited resources and we have to make choices. And some we can do it immediately, some take time. That's just what we have to do. Trustee Conley?
I had a further question, actually. One of the things you asked us earlier, Dr. Westover, was did we want to pause any of these Measure T projects? And so I guess my question is, you know, the board voted in December to continue the public input process with Carducci. I think what you're hearing here is at least 2 trustees are not interested in using Measure T funds, which means there is not a supermajority vote to change the Measure T funding. Now, we haven't taken a vote yet, but I'm reading the room. And so is Carducci being paused? Is outdoor learning being paused? Or are they going to be doing the community input process for the designs over the next month and a half and coming back to us with a design?
Yeah, so they're continuing to have their meetings. The plans that are coming before the board at the next board meeting were based on the previous community meetings that principals held. They're trying to incorporate some of the feedback that they're getting as they're going, but of course it takes time for them to redo the designs, especially because they heard some great feedback and they're making those changes. So as they continue to have the meetings, it will continue to alter the design. So it'll come next time at the board meeting. I'm sorry, Devin, this is not answering your question very well.
No, but it's helpful.
But it's not going to include all of the feedback from different PTA parent meetings because they're getting those now. So it means what you'll see next time does not include all of those changes. So, and then in terms of a concern about the timeline for outdoor learning, we could take several more months with outdoor learning feedback, and it wouldn't impact our timeline for implementation. Because right now our timeline for implementation shows that the board is approving the schematic designs at the end of this school year, which doesn't give us enough time to put it out to bid for this summer. So most of the projects, depending on what it is that's designed, so if it's planting, we could do it mid-year because that doesn't disrupt. So this would be for next school year. It doesn't disrupt the school days too badly. But for anything that requires construction, that would be pushed, that would not push, that is planned for next summer, not this upcoming summer. So outdoor learning, there's no time pressure on it to make our deadlines for construction.
I think interesting. Because I know, for example, Crittenden's PTA, I mentioned previously, had expected at their PTA general meeting in January that Carducci was going to be there, and Carducci was not there. And it was something that was a surprise. And so I'm anxious about Carducci being able to get final input. I also know Landals has expressed repeatedly throughout the fall, in December, and then again recently, that they're very interested in addressing their playground within their outdoor learning and the walkway. And so I hope and expect, because that was even made clear in December, that the designs that are presented to us in March will include that.
Yes, at Landals, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So what I think I'm hearing from the board, because this was a discussion, we're not voting on anything, we're not taking any official action, but what staff needed to know is, do you want us to shuffle and pause things, not cancel? So it allows you more time to make decisions. So what I think I'm hearing is we're not pausing anything. So it means things will continue as scheduled. Things will come to the board for approval for the projectors, approval of architects for the Castro walkway. So all of that is going to march forward. Okay.
For me, I would vote to pause everything on Measure T. We're not voting, but that's why.
Then maybe we need a straw poll. If you would like to pause Measure T expenditures.
So I'm just going to say that without having this agendized as an action item, I don't think this is an appropriate discussion.
Okay, so no straw poll. But so then we can't even answer the question.
That's true. So thank you for the discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, unfortunately, I'm going to have to break my streak here, and we're going to have to extend the meeting. Vendor selection contract. Do you think we, 10:30?
I make a motion to extend the meeting until 10:30 p.m.
Second.
A motion from Trustee Conley, a second from Trustee Fazio to extend the meeting until 10:30. Okay, next item on the agenda is update the vendor selection.
We have to vote.
Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Next item. Update of vendor selection contract list. Dr. Westover will be presenting.
Yes, so this is coming back to the board to discuss. So we had created a checklist for vendor selection, for contracting. And as we've implemented it, you'll notice that the format of the form has changed a bit. So we moved things around. We tried to make it easier for people to fill out. So the substance of the form has not changed at all. What the board had requested is still in the form. What we wanted to discuss today was specifically when we go out for RFPs. So right now under professional services, when we hit that $50,000 mark, we go out for an RFP. So where this impacts some of our departments is for vendors like Rhythm and Moves. They're considered a professional service, as well as other groups like Living Classroom. The question is, can we treat these? So as a refresher, professional services are not governed by the law to go out for an RFP. This is something that we're doing in addition, on top of what is required for other procurement. This is put in place because the board wanted to have greater oversight of what professional service contractors were. and kind of what the district's process was. But for Ed Services, for example, it may not make sense to do an RFP for Rhythm and Moves, which provides PE services for elementary students. What would likely happen we would put out an RFP similar to what we did for tree planting across all of our school sites. We would send it out to anyone we could find that we think would be interested, because we're trying to spread the information. We post it on our website, and then we would probably have Rhythm and Moves respond. So it creates a longer time frame for doing this, and also there's sometimes a benefit to having a sole source rationale, because if we were to bring in a new contractor for PE, it would also disrupt the patterns that are happening at our school sites. The students have teachers that they know already, but we could get a new vendor in, which may not be beneficial to the district. So the request is that if it's a professional service and there's a rationale for having a sole source procurement of that professional service, staff would write a paragraph explaining why they believe it is beneficial and in the best interest of the district to use this as a sole source as opposed to going out for an RFP. The other request was that this was sent out in a board update. For school sites, we heard a lot of feedback from school sites that doing the checklist was onerous. We found approximately 80% of the requisitions coming through were missing the checklist. So our purchasing person, so we are a small size district. So when it comes to purchasing, we have somebody that is typically just helping move the paperwork, making sure vendors get the PO, things of that nature. About 80% of the requisitions coming in were missing the checklist. So she was filling out the checklist, sending it back to them, saying, can you have your principal sign? We requested that the school sites no longer have to do the checklist. Partially, this is also because they typically don't purchase in large volumes. So normally they would just check under 50,000 or another area that's not applicable to doing an RFP. So those are the requests.
Point of clarification on the first modification where there's a rationale statement provided to the board would obviously get that, be able to review it, and then make a decision whether or not to accept that rationale, or at which point you could say, we could have a discussion about sending it out for an RFP. So you retain that ability, correct?
That's correct. Maybe also to bring up an idea that was brought up from the board about having a approved vendor list. The reason that may not work the way that we would want to intend it, because we're not a large district where we have somebody in purchasing that's always going through that list. We have vendors that would come during the year that may not be on that list. And we also wouldn't want to be pigeonholed into using particular vendors. And if their prices increase, we wouldn't want to be subject to that either. That's one of the reasons that I don't think an approved vendor list would be beneficial. I think it's actually better to have a paragraph written about why using the vendor as a sole source would be beneficial to the district.
May I ask a question, President Lambert?
Trustee Conley?
Thank you. So kind of going back to that, when I talk to trustees from other districts, the way their approved vendor list the way it worked wasn't necessarily that you could only pick from the approved vendor list, but it was vendors who the full kind of comparables, references, the full checklist was not needed on every time they went to that vendor. And maybe once every 3 years, there would be a review where that process would be done for that vendor, just to check in and make sure. So it's more of a preferred vendor list and not an absolute vendor list. It shouldn't, I wasn't asking about something that would pigeonhole staff into only going to that list, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But it's like your expedite list of vendors who Rhythm and Moves. We do that process once of going through the review process, and then they get put in that bucket. So you don't have to use the checklist every time we go back to a Rhythm and Moves expenditure, if that makes sense.
point, a clarification, trustee Conley. So that idea of a preferred vendor list is that if we selected from that list, then we could bypass that process. If
Right.
we chose to go off of that list, then
Then you have to do the process. And that's kind of, I thought, how we discussed it back in the fall.
Yeah, so we are doing this in some ways already. So when school sites are purchasing from Amazon, for example, we have a cooperative purchasing agreement that we purchase through. So everything that we are purchasing follows the checklist. I think this is really more in regards to professional services.
Yeah, but I guess for those contractors.
Sure.
So CSMA, Rhythm and Moves, Right at School, they might get put into that, or expedited vendor list, or whatever we wanted to call it, into that list, so that, and then every few, maybe 2 or 3 years, there's a check-in to make sure they're still comparable and there's no conflicts of interest and things like that. But, the board can further discuss, but I thought that was something that we had discussed in the fall, and that's why I was wondering if that would solve part of this issue.
is it okay if I ask another clarifying question on this? Yeah. So again, the idea being there, if a vendor on that expedited list, we find that the prices have escalated or whatever,
You
we're
don't-
not locked into having to use that list. You
No.
could just go out and,
It's not but if we go out, then we have to do the checklist for the new contractor of, the new company that we're going to work with.
Maybe a question I have for the board is, could we have the preferred vendor list, but then also give the option for departments to write a paragraph? So if it's not someone that's on the preferred vendor list, but for some reason that is advantageous for the district to contract with that group, to be able to share why it is. And then the board can always say, no, please do an RFP. I'm thinking of circumstances where, maybe let me use Canopy for an example. So several months ago, we discussed Canopy. They are doing tree planting at Bub. Then we discussed, this was prior to the checklist being put in place. We had discussed going out for an RFP to plant trees at other school sites. And we sent that we created an RFP. We sent it out to different groups that do planting around the Bay Area. None of them responded. It was only Canopy that responded because this is the local area they operate in. So in that case, we spent about 30 to 40 days doing the RFP. RFPs are important because it helps bring in more people to the district. It makes sure that we see a good lay of the land. But in this case, I probably spent 10 hours working on the RFP, sending it out. Then Canopy spent time. One part that doesn't work sometimes for smaller groups is responding to an RFP can sometimes be a hurdle for them when they have limited staff. So sometimes we may not get responses from smaller groups because typically our RFPs ask for a lot of information. So I don't have a specific thing in mind right now, but Canopy might be one of those groups. I mean, they responded to our RFP because it was fairly large, but if we were doing something smaller, there's a chance that a vendor wouldn't respond because it takes so much time to. So just if there was a circumstance, I don't know specifically what it is, but it's not that it would come to the board without anything. It would come to the board with an explanation explaining why we didn't do an RFP for this one. So for example, for Canopy, the district could have written Canopy as the only local nonprofit in the area that does tree planting, and then the board can always choose not to accept it. So I'm wondering, maybe we have a hybrid of the two. We have a preferred vendor list, so CSMA, Rhythm and Moves, and I can work with Kathy Bauer on this to create the preferred vendor list. And then we also have the option that if it doesn't make sense to go out for an RFP for some reason, that it's included with the contract that comes to the board.
I think what's helpful about that is that if I don't want to run into a scenario where we have a whole bunch of contracts on consent that have paragraphs, and then it's going to take a huge amount of time. And then, this goes back to where is the expertise? Like having the right information available to us to make the best decision about, like, let me put it another way. I don't want us to pull 20 contracts and tell you to go back out. Does that make sense? Because they had paragraphs. So the hybrid seems to decrease the number of contracts that might come with a paragraph explanation, which further decreases the number that might get pulled. And so I think that hybrid solution might be more efficacious overall. But trustees, the board spent a long time of this on the fall. Oh, we're still on questions. I'm so sorry. Well, it became more of a free-flowing discussion. This was really challenging in the fall, and I'm very anxious about it. I want to get it right.
Trustee Henry?
I had a question just to wrap my mind around kind of process-wise. So using Rhythm and Moves as an example, I'm guessing that's like a July 1st to June 30 kind of contract. So what would be, like, let's say we wanted, staff is proposing to renew with them for the next school year. Kind of typically, when would that happen? And I'm just kind of trying to think about when would that happen? And then if it happened to be that, the board said, oh, actually, we've heard this and we've heard there's this new organization. We want you to go do an RFP. Kind of what would the timing be like and how would that flow?
Yeah, so for something like Rhythm and Moves, Ed Services would have, I think, to give them enough time, probably started last month because of the timelines. In the past, contracts for Rhythm and Moves, CSMA, tend to come in the May-June timeframe because right now we start talking about the contract, what's needed, changes in staffing, changes in what our budget might look like, because all of this is evolving. I think best practice in terms of like, if you have a vendor that you're working with for many, many years, it's always best practice to go out and look after, 3 to 5 years, what else is out there because the landscape may have changed. But to do it every year is a heavy burden for staff and a heavy burden for the vendors.
We're on questions right now. I have no questions. Any more questions? We'll take public comment on this. We have one public comment in person and one online. We have now 2 online, 3 online. Any more online speakers? Okay, we have 3 online speakers. First of all, in person, we'll take Ms. Selleck.
Hi, in the agenda item documentation, it talks about not having alternate vendors, particularly when there's a longstanding partnership with a vendor that has consistently provided specialized expertise and high quality results. So having a single vendor, even in this situation, is not okay. The district office needs to do their homework. The community does not trust many of the vendors that came on board during the past 9 years. We can talk about Rhythm and Moves. We can talk about Carducci or Canopy. We can talk about the person from Alula who was a trusted vendor and became the chakra leading lady of meditation, right? So I think asking people to take 2 minutes to fill out a form is not onerous. Is 2 hours of state mandated training? Okay, that's onerous. Especially when the ThickMat investigation is ongoing about possible fraud. We don't want to make a mistake like this. We need multiple bids, and we also need to consider hiring internally. Do you know that Rhythm and Move started out as like a couple of consultants, right? They came on, do you know what they are? They're PE teachers, right? Now, if you go look at the warrants, I remember this from the fall, we are something close to like 40% of their sales, just Mountain View Wisman District. They're making money off our district. We could hire PE teachers for less. Consider that. Look at the bigger picture. And then when you think about like the money involved, 600K is what we're talking about for the Vargas Greening project, right? In Measure T, where they're going to use Carducci or Canopy. If you get multiple bids, you'll get more for your money for those greening projects. So please respect the wishes of the parents who spoke up tonight. Do the competitive bidding. It is not worthwhile. We need to put multiple options in front of the board, in front of the public. Writing a paragraph is great, but you got to look outside of the box. Even for things like beyond professional services, I want to say that it's just frightening, because even in the last item when we were talking about the housing project, right? I think about the thousands of dollars that were spent by Dr. Westover and our attorney, Phil Henderson, when they made a presentation about the housing project in Palm Springs at a conference, how saying that this is a case that everybody should look at. When we have single vendors, there starts to be risk of kickbacks. So please be careful. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take the online speakers now. Private.
Hi, good evening. I have several, I guess, concerns about the vendor process as it currently stands. So I guess I'm thankful that this has come back up, and I do see several flaws with the process. Our business office is currently using the contract process to essentially get pre-approvals from the board for contracts that do not even exist. So for instance, the glass contract on this agenda, and there was a pipe inspection contract on the last agenda. In other words, we're getting price lists with approvals from the board to use funds up to a certain dollar amount. But I'm curious, does this encumber our funds? How is this working? This was not discussed, at least not publicly discussed, when the vendor process was being developed. These are not technically contracts in that we don't have a job site listed or a specific job description listed with a date of work for it to be completed. We created this checklist over the past several months or so, and my understanding at the time was that one of the reasons for the sign off at the bottom of this list was for the public to know who at the district office is responsible for the contract. However, the district office has chosen to put Greystone's personnel as the signatory authority on many of these checklists. I think at least 3 of them from this particular board meeting, but there were several in past meetings. So I am speaking up in hopes that we can have someone at our district office who is the go-to person for each contract in case there are questions or concerns about the contract. We pay pretty good salaries at the DO, so I would like to see those salaries coupled with some accountability. Who will take responsibility for these thousands and thousands of dollars of spending? On the last agenda, our business office put forth a contract with several PDF documents that were supposed to be incorporated by reference. First, there was no indication that the vendor listed in the accompanying price list, RDI, this is for the furniture, had gone through a competitive bidding process for the furniture. Second, we were supposedly piggybacking off another contract, and those documents that were supposed to be incorporated by reference didn't exist in the agenda materials. The problem here is that the board was notified that the documents were missing, and those documents were supposed to be incorporated by reference, yet the board still approved the contract. My concern is that we've developed a process here, but the board and our business office has not been following it. And finally, to the previous speaker's comments about taking some time to take in some of the work internally, I agree that we should do this. We spent millions on Measure T money on HVAC and now tens of thousands more. I'm wondering what's happening with our MOT department. Do we have an HVAC person on staff? I think we should be considering how to do these things, as efficiently as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Granathan.
Thank you, President Lambert. So if you look at the checklist that was put forth as the vendor approval checklist, it seems to me to be pretty inadequate. Most of the vendors can be approved by ticking either 1 or 2 checkboxes. And it seems like there should be a lot more that we're checking before we decide to approve a vendor. For instance, the two checkboxes that appear the most are the number of proposals received, and then the second one, reviewed vendors' websites, references, and qualifications. First of all, in a checklist, each item should be discrete and simple, not a compound kind of task like review vendors' websites, references, and qualifications. Those should be split up. There's nothing here that mentions looking for conflicts of interest, and it just seems like there should be a lot more due diligence than one or two checkboxes to approve a new vendor. So I'm kind of disappointed to see the way this checklist turned out. I want to reiterate something I mentioned before, which is I would like to see our district have a banned vendor list based on vendors we've had bad experiences or that have provided not so great value for us in the past. So I'd like to ask you to consider that idea again. And I do agree with what Trustee Conley mentioned about how a preferred vendor list could operate. I think she described it well, and I would support the concept that she described. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker and last is Ms. Dillon.
Hello. I agree with a lot of what has already been said. I'll try to add an additional insight. I think we need to remember why are we trying to update the vendor, approved vendor thing? This is all based on all of the turmoil that was happening in the fall with, just vendors that clearly consultants that were fleecing us and that the previous superintendent had relationships with that were just inappropriate contracts. So I think that is the overall spirit of this. So let's, it's great that you're updating the policy, but let's make sure that it's actually doing what we all know is the reason why this is being revisited, right? It's because we want to make sure that there's appropriate RFPs in place and we're getting competitive bids and there's no, inappropriate relationships and business relationships and awarding of contracts that don't make sense for the district. So one thing that's confusing to me is why when there's public session, we're talking about rhythm and moves and the site-based, kid-focused, student-based vendors, when we all know the problem is executive consultants, sound bowl healing, Alula, all of these behind the scenes, consultants and executive coaches. Those are the things the public's mad about and that need to be fixed, not necessarily the site-based contracts. So I would just say, can we please make sure that whatever this checklist is, it's not about the professional services, which I know Rebecca mentioned is always the loop around that you guys don't have to get RFPs for. That is actually what the public got so mad about. So please, can we make sure that whatever this new policy is, it's addressing what we're trying to do here, which is make sure the district is transparent and is spending money in the right places and rebuilding public trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon. Mr. Baer?
Quick comment. So if you're listening to the last comment, that's exactly what we're trying to solve, right? Creating a way for site-based programs that we know and trust to have a different pathway to approval that is less onerous and doesn't cause us to go out for an RFP every year when we know we want CSMA in our schools, right? As an example.
Ask you a question. When you send out RFQs or RFPs, and you receive them, how is the decision made and which vendor to use?
So we typically have a team that evaluates the proposals. So we just did an RFP for auditors, and we had people from our budget advisory committee, several people in the district office, sit down and score the RFPs. And then they're scored against a rubric. I guess if I sent, looks like you have, we have a rubric that's set up ahead of time. So the rubric is created prior to the RFPs coming in to try to avoid, I guess, just picking someone. So, and price is not, so a question that comes up sometimes, is price the number one factor? No. So for professional services, like a dentist, you wouldn't want to go to the cheapest dentist because you'll probably get really poor service. So price is normally part of the past my bedtime too. Price is normally one of the items that we score them on, but it won't be the full, like, that's not how we make our decisions. So for our auditor, for example, we were also interested in, can you meet our timelines? Having an auditor come in during, when we're developing budget or interim periods is not beneficial, because then we have staff trying to do two things at once. So depending on what the RFP is for, we would create a rubric based on the needs of the district.
So when you have a group of people like that, it would be hard to, I would say, select a poor vendor, right?
Yes.
A lot of eyes looking at it. So, but I guess there's other contracts where there's no RFQs have gone out in the past.
Yes.
Yes. So.
I think one thing to consider is when you have a robust purchasing policy, you also need a robust purchasing department in order to process these items. So right now, when we need to do RFPs, I'm helping, but really it goes back. So we did an RFP for MVWSD Plus. It's really helping the departments create those RFPs. So I think we would need a more robust purchasing department to actually take the weight off of the departments to help with those RFPs, because it's a lot of scheduling. You got to bring in the individuals to score. You've got to send it out. You've got to field questions, then post the questions to make sure everyone's getting the same information. And that's not saying that it's not worthwhile. It's a decision point for the board.
Yeah, thank you for your explanation. I mean, challenging problem. I don't have any good solutions or recommendations for it, but other than that, I really would like to make it as easy on the staff to make purchases and select vendors, and I'd almost look for you guys, what you understand the concerns everybody has and what we're trying to avoid, and looking for you to make the right recommendations on how to facilitate things. Because you're living through this. Thank you. Trustee Henry?
Did you? Yeah. No, I like the way the conversation is going, as far as really focusing on wanting to make things as easy as possible for these site-based decisions, these vendors and so I would be interested in if you're able to kind of explore what you were discussing with Trustee Conley, of that kind of preferred list. And so that way there's also kind of clarity about what types of vendors we're talking about. Because I think some of the comments we got, we're imagining scary scenarios of what would be brought to us as a sole source. And I think when you ground it in CSMA and some of these specific ones, but also thinking about even something like that, as you said, you need a rhythm of going back and making sure this still is the right one. So I guess that's sort of where my head is of wanting to make those types of things as easy as possible, while also still having some kind of scaffolding in place that makes sure we're reviewing even those longtime vendors kind of on a regular basis, but in their own way. But making sure that the heart of what we're getting at with these policies is the types of things that we're kind of just we're different.
Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, so I think generally, I think like I like the idea of a vendor list where we have basically solving the common case here, which is I think the ones we've anchored on, which are like Rhythm and Move, CSMA type vendors, where it's an ongoing kind of relationship we have with them. I think it would be nice to have that generally be published so that the public can see it, right? And then they can make sure that it's people that we expect to be on there. The rare case, I'm not sure if Canopy would fall into that. It feels more of a kind of a one-off where we're trying to like, we still only got one response, but like maybe it didn't hit the bar of getting into like the preferred list. And maybe that's just something we have to kind of like do extra work on just because of that case. But I think I really like the idea of having just like being able to streamline it for you for the ones that really aren't the types of problems we're trying to solve. But I do want to be very careful as we go of like when we relax the guardrails we put in place and make sure that we're doing it thoughtfully and like slowly easing into it. So.
No. Superintendent Bear?
Yeah, so I appreciate the comments, and I think the idea that as we implement this, right, which has been implemented for very clear and understood reasons, right, recognizing that there are going to be, we are going to tease out trouble spots in this, right, where it isn't working from a systems perspective, and we appreciate the ability to come to the board and say, here's what we're dealing with, and here's our proposed solution. And it's fine also to say that let's try this for X period of time, and we'll come back and talk to you about it again to understand what's going on, because or if it's working on both sides, right, how it's intended. And your point, I think Dr. Westover, like I saw her when you said it, and we don't want that either. When like you don't want to see an agenda with 35 paragraphed requests, right? That or proposals. That's not going to work either, right? So it's figuring out what the balance is. I was trying to envision a scenario when we have that, and I don't think that would come, but again, if we saw it coming, we know that's a concern of the board, and we'd figure out how to avoid that, right? Like that wouldn't appear because we know that's would be.
Yeah, and to be clear, I don't think this is ever going to be like the final version of any of this stuff, right? Everything's always a work in progress. We're going to learn as we go, and we should be open to like, hey, it's not working the way we expected. We can change it. So I appreciate you flagging it when things are onerous for you or difficult, and we can kind of come to a good solution that serves the public interest as well as like staff's time.
Does the board have other questions about contracts in general? Okay.
I don't. Anybody else? Hey, I think we're done with the. Looks like we're going to need additional amount of time. Another.
15 minutes at most.
Yeah, let's go 30 minutes just in case. There's somebody.
Okay, so
I agree with you at 15 minutes and most.
I make a motion to extend the meeting until 11 p.m.
Yep.
Second.
Right. Motion by Trustee Connolly, second by Trustee Henry to extend the meeting till 11 o'clock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next, excuse me, unanimous.
No, you gotta know.
Oh, Trustee Reed voted nay.
You abstain, okay. Good. I didn't see that. Trustee Conley, Trustee Henry, Trustee DeFazio, and Trustee Lambert said yes. Trustee Reed said no, abstained. Okay, we'll move on to the next item, delegate assembly election. You're going to present this?
Are you going to present?
I'm happy to talk
I think.
trustees through this. So this is the California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly election. We have 4 spots up for election this year. We went through a reapportionment process at the state level with CSBA because enrollment went down in our county and region overall. We lost 2 of our delegates. So there were 6 people whose terms just ended. And then we lost a third delegate, Teresa Castellanos of San Jose Unified School District. It's the largest school district in our county, but their enrollment, she was appointed because they had over 30,000 students, but their enrollment dropped below 30,000 last year or 2 years ago, post-pandemic. And so they lost their appointed spot. And so suddenly we have 7 incredible incumbents. Not all of them are running, but there's only 4 spots, and then there's new people who want to run. I'm sure you all read through all of the resumes. I'm just going to highlight some things for you real quick, but I don't want to dictate in any way where the board goes because I'm the regional director and I have to work with whoever's elected. And I think these are all wonderful candidates. So Teresa Castellanos, San Jose Unified is our largest school district in the county and our Region 20. And she is also, in her day job, she works at the county in the Office of Immigrant Affairs. And so she's very tied into what's going on, especially with our immigrant community in the county. George Sanchez has been on his school board for 32 years. We don't have anyone else like him in the delegate assembly level. He has been a board president 7 times. You know, that deserves, like, I don't know, some sort of Purple Heart or something. But his knowledge and background and expertise is incredible. And he's been on, both of these candidates have been on delegate assembly since before I arrived. Vaishali Shali from Los Altos School District is we haven't voted yet at the Santa Clara County School Boards Association. She's the current vice president, so it is highly likely that she will be the Santa Clara County School Boards Association president this coming, the turnover is in like July, this coming year. And in the past, there has been a real push by a lot of districts in our county to try and have the SCC SBA president be a delegate because it's a great way for them to be informed. Naomi Nakana Matsumoto is the APISMA president, so the API School Board Association. Jorge Pacheco Jr. is the CLSBA president, it's the Latino School Boards Association president. He is also now on the county board. The county gets to appoint 1 delegate. So Maimona Afzal-Berta is their appointed delegate, and she's not up this year anyways, but regardless, they always get to appoint someone from their board, and we don't vote on that. But people from that board can run at large. Jessica Spicer recently was elected to the county board. So right now, and she was midterm on delegate assembly. So right now we have 2 county board representatives already. And then Jorge would be a 3rd, but he's also the CLSBA president. So, and Vaughn has been, she's an incumbent, and she's with Eastside Union High School District. So there's some really great choices. I don't think we can make a bad vote, but.
So just, we'll start off just reading these. I would, I guess we're not voting for them. We're recommending Jorge Pacheco and Vaishali. Is this okay? We should take those. If we do that. I guess any questions?
I'm wondering if do you just want me to take a tally of votes? Oh, okay. All right.
Questions? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll go back to board comments. Okay, Jorge Pacheco and Vaishali, is okay? I don't have any other 2.
Okay. I'm just going to record your votes and we'll get to a final vote from the board. Oh, and Elizabeth Halliday. I left out Elizabeth. I'm so sorry. She is a new trustee. She's been on her board 2 years. She hasn't served on delegate assembly before. She's from Campbell. Should I just make,
Personally, other than that, I defer to your judgment.
okay. Should I just make my votes and then listen to your, like, then you all, do you want me to vote first or do you want to vote before me?
I can just go with the
Okay.
ones that jumped out to me when I was reviewing this. So Michelle, Teresa, Naomi, and George, I think were the folks that I,
okay,
in reviewing the resumes and their answers and everything, I think came to my selection.
Those were mine as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no bad option, but those were kind of my 4 too. I think I otherwise probably would have put Jorge on that list, but because of that group, they already have some representation, that adding different, but I mean, not arguing against anybody. It's just they're all great. So.
all right, well, that's a majority vote right there, so I don't even have to vote. It looks like our final vote is Teresa Castellanos, George Sanchez, Vaishali Serke, and Naomi Nakano Matsumoto.
Have a second then?
I make that motion as the final vote.
I second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously. Move on. Any board updates? Public comment, future board meeting dates. We have one on March 6th, special meeting on March 15th. And what is that?
I think that has to do with superintendent search.
Got it. Got it. That's what those are. March 20th and then March 22nd is another special meeting. So superintendent search. Okay, the governance calendar is posted. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting at, what are we talking about?